Paige, how you
Good
doing?
morning, I'm well, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Wonderful. Hey, I wanted to tell you, last week after my kids were here, we were talking to my husband, and we said, yeah, well, people came over and said they did well, like, you're going to over you. I said, of course, all this, I'm homesick.
Good morning. Okay.
Are you kidding? And he goes, I
Okay.
said, I could tell he's a funny guy.
I'm the prime sponsor on a bill being heard across the hall,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna be there for a little bit.
Okay. I just request that when you come back in, if someone is speaking, wait until they're done speaking.
Wow.
So, we're in now
Good morning, Environment and Agriculture Committee. We're going to get started. Everyone, please take their seats. I'd like to start off our morning with the Pledge of Allegiance, and led by Representative Smart.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we start with our hearing, I'd just like to do a couple of little housekeeping things. Number one, I'd like to remind the committee that when people are speaking and giving their testimony, that if you need to leave the room or come back into the room and sit in your seat, it's appreciated if you wait until the person who is speaking is done, because we want to minimize the amount of distraction and just as a matter of courtesy. So I realize that there are times that we must get up and leave the room for whatever reason. But when you are getting up from your seat or returning to your seat, please respect that the person is speaking. The other thing I wanted to just remind the committee as a member of, as a point of decorum, is that people, when they come to testify, we are here to listen to what they have to say. And our purpose is not to get into a situation where we are arguing with them. And so I would appreciate that people keep in mind that we are here to listen to testimony and not refute it. Certainly when we are asking our questions, also to be mindful that our questions should not be any kind of leading questions at all. They should just be very quick and to the point. And other than that, I know that we have a very full calendar coming up within the next month. We've got a lot of bills to get through. And I think that there may be instances where we may have to meet twice a week instead of once a week. I'm interested to know from the committee, you don't have to tell me right now, but just aside during the day when we have breaks or whatever, is it better for you to come, say, a Monday, Tuesday, or a Tuesday, Wednesday, or are there specific days of the week that are not amenable to you for whatever reason? You know, maybe you have a job or something, that other things that are going on in your life. But we will have to have some instances, maybe 2 or 3 times, where we will need to have a second day during the week to accommodate work sessions or exec sessions. And I think that's pretty much all I wanted to cover before we get into our hearings this morning. Representative Smart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just want to apologize to anybody for last week if I embarrassed any of my colleagues. I'm sorry. It certainly was not my intent. I was just trying to get an answer. So, sorry.
Sure. Thank you for your apology. Appreciate it. And I guess with that, we can proceed with our hearings this morning. So I would like to open up the hearing for HB 1572, which is prohibiting using mRNA technology in food and requiring the labeling of lab-grown meat and food containing insects. And here with us this morning to introduce this bill is Representative Jeff Greason. Oh, and also I'd like to remind anybody to please silence their phones. Thank you. Good morning, Representative Greason, and welcome to Environment Agriculture.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I'll put on my spectacles so maybe I could see everybody over there. Oh, wrong ones. Those are my reading glasses. So I'll turn on my bionic eye this morning. Everyone's way over there. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Representative Jeff Greason from Grafton County 6. I represent the towns of Wentworth, Rumney, and Orford. And I am here to introduce House Bill 1572 to you. This bill addresses 3 areas related to food safety. One is the use of mRNA or messenger RNA technology in food. The second is lab-grown meat. And the third is insects as food. In addressing mRNA technology in food, the idea of edible vaccines is not a new idea, but it has only been recently with the invention of mRNA technology or the use in vaccines has this become more of a possibility. In reality, mRNA vaccines are not traditional vaccines and really aren't even vaccines. They are gene therapy, because instead of introducing in an injection a sample of a virus, the mRNA is injected into a person, and the mRNA goes into the cells and teaches the cell to produce the spike protein or the virus that it will then combat to provide the immunity. So your body becomes the producer of the antibody and the immunization. And so this idea of an edible vaccine would be the vaccine, the mRNA would be injected into the food supply, either into cattle or pigs or the meat source, or through a genetic modification of plant cells. So you would get it eating your lettuce or your arugula or eating your cow. Either one, you would get vaccinated. And so this is not about COVID vaccines in particular. It just happens to be this mRNA technology became popularized or became part of our daily lexicon with the invention of the mRNA vaccines used for COVID. But now, as it branches into the food, our food supply, this technology, while it seems pretty wonderful, does have its side effects, and they are, as more and more studies are demonstrating, they are actually pretty dangerous. They're pretty hazardous. We know now that mRNA produces a spike, as related to COVID anyway, it produces the spike protein, but unfortunately that spike protein is not limited to just the area in the immediate vicinity of the injection site. That these spike proteins are either breaking loose or they're being produced in other parts of the body, especially small blood vessels, which then trap blood in that blood vessel, causing blood clots. There's also myocarditis is a known side effect of these mRNA vaccines. Then there's also the link between the vaccine and what is called long COVID. It's a perpetual state of malaise, basically, a flu-like symptoms. It's a because your body becomes not only the producer of the antibody, but also the immune response to immunize you. Your immune system is constantly stressed. And because of that overstressing, it becomes weakened. And so you have this headaches all the time or some weakness body. So those are flu-like symptoms that just perpetuate. And they're calling that long COVID. But it is a direct result of these, linked to, I should say, these mRNA vaccines. So now when you introduce that into the food supply, one, you're doing it against people's knowledge, perhaps, or against their wishes. Somebody who's already been vaccinated for COVID, say, doesn't need another injection or doesn't want another vaccination, whatever. Somebody who has not been vaccinated doesn't want the vaccine, and we need to be able to respect both parties. But here, if it's just done without knowledge or without care, with just disregard for people's desires, now you are consuming something that you may or may not want, that may or may not produce some kind of an effect. How do you then diagnose what the problem is and how it came about? And so it opens, it's not only it's food safety, but it's also infringing upon personal rights. As for the lab-grown meat and the use of insects in food, this bill does not do anything to prohibit, excuse me, let me back up one. This bill would prohibit the use of mRNA in the food supply because it is not proven technology. It has been proven to not yet be safe enough to be injected into our food supply. So that's a prohibition against mRNA. For lab-grown meat and insects as food, there's no prohibition against either one. If somebody wants to eat lab-grown meat, and there are definitions, these definitions for lab-grown meat includes terms such as cultivated meat or cell-based meat. That is from the actual labs that are developing this technology or what have you. So that you could see it by different names. But the point is, you are free to eat what you want to eat. It just needs to be labeled what its source is. It's lab-grown meat. This is not Farmer Fred just slaughtered his herd, and you're eating that. And so that is a very important distinction because there's a more process involved, and we need to be able to know, just like the cattle yards have their inspectors, USDA inspectors, these labs need to have inspections. Things that are labeled as sourced outside the U.S., these need to have the labs being sourced. And this lab, the only restriction, not only if there has to be a label on the food that it is lab grown, but it also has to have the information of where that lab is and no labs outside the United States. And that is for our own personal safety, because who wants to eat bat meat from Wuhan? As far as insects, this is beyond what the FDA already allows for the accidental insects in your food already. For those of you who are not aware, we eat bugs all the time anyway. But this would be where an insect is actually an ingredient in the food. Eat all the bugs you want. It just has to be labeled that that's what you're eating. And so just honesty and integrity in labeling. And that's all I have. I'll take your questions.
Representative Sofakaitis?
Good morning, and thank you for your testimony. How prevalent is this? This is new technology. Is it in New Hampshire now?
This is relatively new breakthrough technology, if you want to call it breakthrough. It's relatively new, but the U.S. government has invested taxpayers' dollars in the research of mRNA mRNA technology to produce foods that vaccinate. That's been done for years now, so that is not new. In fact, the first article I found was back in the year 2000, and I know there's things before that. So for at least maybe close to 25 years, we've been looking at turning food into a means of vaccinating people. Lab-grown meat is a relatively new process, but it has been around a few years and it's being introduced. There are restaurants in some of the more chic locations of the country, like a downtown San Francisco has one restaurant, New York City has one restaurant where they are introducing lab-grown meat on their menus, as well as insects as well. And so while it is relatively new, I don't know if it's in New Hampshire. It's okay that if it comes into New Hampshire, that's not the problem. It just needs to be labeled properly.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so in terms of the mRNA vaccines and meat, so if there is, for instance, an mRNA vaccine that would protect poultry against avian flu, and it's meant to protect the animals, would that be an issue in your bill?
The purpose of the vaccinations is designed to get you and me vaccinated. If they can demonstrate that mRNA does not go from, if the poultry is immunized against avian flu, that it cannot transfer from the chicken to me, then I guess that wouldn't be a problem. But if they can't prove that, then it becomes a problem, because the aim is to vaccinate you and me.
Thank you.
Representative, I have a question
Sure.
about, so you have in two sections of this bill where you're simply labeling the item, and that to me is very reasonable. Why would you not then just simply have a label put on an item that has the mRNA technology or vaccination, as opposed to banning the product altogether? I mean, we see in the grocery store, when we buy milk, does not contain a product from an animal that was vaccinated with BST or whatever. So why would this be any different?
Because of the safety involved with, or the questions that still arise of mRNA technology, the links to the known links between mRNA injections and blood clots, myocarditis, the perpetuation of illness, whatever. And it begs the question that come to my mind: how do we know what it is that we're being vaccinated against? Because there could be some disease out there that we don't know about. How are we going to get vaccinated against that? We can only have a vaccine against things that we know. Our body has to produce that antibody. So how is it going to know what antibody to produce? And so which animals or which plants are we going to introduce which technologies into? And so because there are so many questions about the safety and perhaps even the efficacy of mRNA, I don't think it's a good idea to put it in our food supply. We already regulate it. We're already regulating it with respect to medicine. You put it in the food supply and you lose all regulation after that.
Thank you. I'm not sure I understand. My question was, why wouldn't we simply label the package to show the consumer that the animal or product contains ingredients that came from something that was vaccinated with mRNA technology?
If you want to make an amendment to the bill, it's in your hands now. I just personally don't like the idea of somebody injecting something into me against my wishes, because eventually the food supply is going to get limited as to what is going to be available to me and you. everything is going to be injected in, or it's not going to be labeled somehow or another. I mean, we have, just to give you an example, the milk producers are trying to introduce milk products that they can add ingredients to milk and still call it milk. And they're trying to do this without having to label it as containing some other ingredient besides milk. And I don't mean just adding vitamin A and vitamin D that gets stripped out during the homogenization and pasteurization process. So there are already attempts to conceal what's actually ingredients in our food. So, you know, in an ideal world, you could just slap a label on it. This contains mRNA technology, and then one person buys one person buys the other. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is you find a shrinking availability of that which is not going to have the technology injected into it.
Thank you. Representative Howard, you had your hand up before.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two questions. The first is the mRNA in food intended only for the purpose of vaccination, or does it have other uses that somehow like preserve the food or something like that?
No, it is designed as a vaccination, a vehicle for vaccination.
Madam Chair, may I?
So, yeah, follow up.
Is the evidence of harm such as long COVID caused by mRNA as you claim it to be coincidental, or is it proven causal?
No, the studies are coming out now that are linking the two. People who have experienced this long COVID, and the common denominator is being the vaccination. Yep.
Thank you. Representative Boschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just follow up on that, and then I have a second question, if that's okay. The first one was, you said that they're linked, but there's a very different, it means something different if the causation versus correlation.
Right.
Do you know if it's causation or correlation? Has causation been proven, I should say?
Causation has been linked to blood clots, myocarditis, and then the studies that are coming out are showing direct linkage as a causational link to the long COVID itself. That's the newest things that are coming out from all these studies.
Thank you. And follow up.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a different question, and forgive my naivete on this. I know right now it's pretty popular for that like impossible meat and the, I don't know, there's two different ones, which are known to be lab grown meat alternatives. Do you know if this falls into that category in any way, or does the bill address it in any way?
My understanding of impossible meat is it is a plant-based meat, protein source. So it is not lab-grown meat. Unless I am
Yeah,
misunderstanding.
they are
The whole-
actually lab grown. One of them, I forget the other term. There's one that's impossible, and then there's another term that's similar, and one of them is actually lab grown. So I'm just wondering if that would be addressed in here. Maybe something to follow up on, I guess.
So lab-grown meat is developed from actual animal cells. It's placed in what's called a bioreactor. There are other amino acids and other things that combine and grow the cells to produce this meat product. Impossible meat, my understanding of what that is actually a plant-based, whether it's be soybean or peas, chickpeas, or some whatever other source it may be, because there are people who want to have plant-based protein sources and not meat-based. They're vegan or vegetarian or such. And so if it actually contains animal cells and grown, then yes, this would cover that. It would have to be labeled as lab grown, and the lab would have to be the contact information for the lab would have to be on the label itself. If it's just a plant-based product, then this would not be covered. It would not be required to be covered under this because it's not actually meat.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on Representative Boschman's question, I guess one of the questions I think she may have been alluding to, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, Representative, but is around sort of there are fungal-based things that are also grown as a meat substitute or alternative.
Mhm.
So maybe that was more to the point.
Yeah,
with,
so
like,
those
mushroom-based.
are not lab grown meats. There's a completely different process, a completely different product. They are not developed using animal cells. And so that is the key to, I'm assuming what you're getting at and what you are getting at. Those are actual plant-based products and not animal cell-based products.
Representative Smart, after my question. Okay. So I noticed if I read on the bill, line 17, page, I guess it's the just a page of the bill. Line 17 says, no food sold in the state of New Hampshire shall have mRNA technology added to it. Would you be amenable to a change to this to say, no food sold in the state of New Hampshire shall have mRNA technology added to it for the purpose of vaccinating the public? Because I'm looking at this, and first of all, as I understand, no mRNA animal vaccines are currently available for farmers and other animal owners in our state. And to Representative Bixby's point, I mean, there may be mRNA technology, gene therapies, whatever, coming to the agricultural community, which would help animals and prevent them from having certain diseases. We certainly want to use whatever tools that are available to combat these diseases. So I'm wondering if we could limit this, and going back to the phrase, just for the purpose of vaccinating the public.
The only question that comes to my mind in that, otherwise I would have no problem with it, is how do we split that hair? Because how do we know that by injecting something into an animal, or the manipulation of a plant seed, because there's also mRNA technology in plants as well, how do we know that does not then transfer itself into our bodies? So as a byproduct even, that it is vaccinating us against something, contamination, or however it would be. So somebody could say, well, we're not purposely trying to vaccinate anybody by doing this. Oops, it happened. So otherwise I agree that I wouldn't have a problem with, just in itself. I just don't know how to split the hair.
Thank you. Representative Smart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Promise to be nice. I have a question. My question is, we label foods, they put everything in labels, are supposed to be there. Why is mRNA technology, why would that be different, or bugs or fake meat be different in the labeling that we would have to specify this? I mean, you can't even have hormones or, antibiotics in our milk. They dump it on the milk room floor before they take it. So I don't understand why this would be different.
Do you want to know where your food comes from?
Oh, I do. And that's what I thought the purpose of labeling was. So, but my question is, why would these three items not fall under the regular?
They're not. That's just the whole point. They're not covered by any labeling requirements now.
Okay.
You cannot go into a grocery store and find this food product contains mRNA. This food product is lab grown meat. Maybe eventually it will. Maybe they'll market it that way. But as it is right now, you have no idea. There's a lot of deception in labeling too. So when things are labeled whole grain, what does that mean? Non-GMO. We look for labels that say non-GMO. Well, the epitome of GMO is lab-grown meat and mRNA. It's straight up GMO, and so they're not being labeled now, and I don't see where this would just require them to be labeled.
Okay.
So that way we know where our food is coming from.
Okay, Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask, I'm not a physician. I don't know that anyone in this room is, or an immunologist or a biochemist. This feels like a subject where we need a little bit of expertise, and I don't know if the Department of Agriculture is going to be able to provide it, but this concept of the vaccine transferring from an animal to a human by consuming the animal is not, I feel like we need a little more information on it. We certainly don't want to compromise food safety, animal safety, bring diseases into the state. So I just would ask, if we don't get that information from the Department of Agriculture or someone else in this room, that we are provided it in
That-
another fashion.
We would have a work session on
Okay,
this.
thank you.
Yep. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I was wondering whether there are current labeling requirements in terms of ingredients that are already present in FDA rules and laws that would require the labeling of lab-grown meat as such, and require the use of insects as ingredient as such. And if those already exist, would this bill conflict with those?
This bill wouldn't, that I've been able to find, nothing that would conflict with current labeling rules. The FDA has what's called a smart label that they're introducing. How long it's been around, I don't remember. But it is basically, you could go up to your food and it won't really have anything written on it, but it may be a QR code, and you could scan that QR code and up pops the ingredient label. It sounds really simple and great, so you could have smaller labeling on your packages, but the idea is to make it very clear what it is you are actually purchasing. There is a difference between lab-grown meat and the butcher shop cut cow. And so because there is a difference, one is just cut, the other is processed, there needs to be a distinction between the two made. And somebody may not have the time or the ability, and it just looks to have to take the time to scan that QR code. Hopefully you have Wi-Fi connection. Hopefully it comes through and you can see there's nothing to interrupt your ability to see what is actually on that label. If it's just clearly labeled, this is lab-grown meat. And to go back to the question that the representative mentioned about, we don't know about the transfer of vaccines into, it's a wonderful point, and I mentioned it earlier as well, but you bring up a great point there. But we do know that we have restrictions on hormones that are given to cattle, and it was brought up over here as well. If milk contains, because it has to be tested, if milk contains the hormones, the milk has to get dumped right there on the floor. Because we know it transfers, those hormones transfer from the cow to the consumer through the milk. And so because there is that risk, we know it can happen, there is the risk that it would happen, but just that's one of the dangers that must be ferreted out before we allow it to be put into our food.
Representative Howard.
Is there food on the market that currently that contains mRNA technology, and if so, what is it meant to vaccinate against?
Well, that's the mystery. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of forthcoming on whether or not it's being used. There's a lot of, I do know that there are attempts to do it. There's a desire to do it. Whether or how prevalent, I'm sure it's been tested. That's how we do things. We're supposed to test them. How widespread that is, I don't know. But I have read articles where herds have been, but what they are being injected, I don't know. That's not very clear in the articles that I've been able to read. So unfortunately, the answer is yes, probably. How far, I don't know. And what for, I don't know either, because it's just not, the information is just not open.
Representative Potenza.
So are you is the reason why you put this bill forward because there has been a lot of conjecture that's out there news sources, I have several that I just pulled up, that they are experimenting with this technology in animals.
Oh, I know they're experimenting with it. It's whether or not it's being released out into for the consumer to have. Testing animals in a laboratory farm is one thing that I know they're doing. Whether or not they're allowing those cattle or pigs to be, I don't know if they're doing chickens yet or not, but cattle and pigs, if they're being released to the market. That's what I don't know, and just exactly what they are injecting them. What is the virus they're trying to prevent? It's what I don't. It's not clear in any of the articles I've been able to find.
Follow up?
So I have an article here that says that's talking about it being tested in pigs, and I myself and a group of other folks have reached out to several different distributors, from Trader Joe's to Whole Foods as well, concerning this, as well as concerning the bugs. We do know for a fact that the bugs are named underneath certain, like a, call it like an acronym, you know what I mean? So
Right.
we know that.
Right.
So they're hiding it under that.
Correct.
So, whatever those acronyms are. So you have to be careful. But we got some really great feedback from some of the local, that they're keeping an eye on this, of course, especially, if you're purchasing.
Representative Potenza, do you have a question?
So are you familiar with any of the local groceries or whatever that have had feedback in regards with this, saying that they...
I have not contacted any local grocers
Okay.
to find out what they plan on doing or what products may be available. But you are correct about insects. You will not find on the label ingredient number 1, crickets. Unless you're buying a lollipop, it's called a cricket, and then it has a cricket. Well, sugar, sucrose, artificial coloring, cricket. You can also get scorpions, ants, and grasshoppers.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Knowing what the labeling laws are now, and when we see the hormone labels and the antibiotic labels, some of them state that no hormones are added. And to me, that says they're not adding hormones, but they could be in the feed or in another source.
Correct.
So truth in labeling, I think, is extremely important. How would you distinguish, if we wanted to amend this, that, there could be mRNA in the food source or whatever, but they're not adding it or injecting it into the animal? How would you distinguish that, and how would we label for that information?
Whoosh. That's a toughie. The cow may not be injected, but its feed is. That I don't know. Because you start peeling back the onion and it goes all the way back. And so that one I'm not sure how to handle. But I as far as like for the purpose of vaccinating the public is a great place to start, inserting that clause. I don't know. I don't even know where the process begins. Again, we don't know whether it transfers. We don't know if it transfers from the animal to the person, but we do know that they're trying to make it so that if you eat that salad, you're vaccinated. If you eat that cow, you would be vaccinated. And so we know that's the intended purpose. So does the process begin with the cow eating the grass, then we eat the cow? That I don't know.
Any other questions? Representative Boschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kind of switching gears here, looking at the cost projected for a compliance officer. Could you, just looking at it, I'm looking at the salary. I'm wondering where you got those estimates for the salary.
Representative Boschman,
I
that was
did.
put in by
Yeah.
by the the people who do the fiscal notes.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
that's not
Okay.
anything that's put together by the author of the bill.
Okay.
And so he would not know that information. I'm
Excuse
sure
me.
that when we have folks from different agencies come in, we have testimony coming, you can ask that question.
Thank you, Madam
And
Chair.
Representative Potenza, you had a question.
Are you familiar with Missouri House Bill 1169?
I am.
Okay,
I
so,
I haven't read the whole thing, forgive me, but I am familiar with its intention.
okay, so it's a fantastic bill. Are you trying to model that bill to here?
I actually wrote this before I read that, so I to say that I modeled it after that, no.
Follow up?
One follow-up, yeah.
Would you consider having this pretty much say that it is labeling meat or anything for potential gene therapy product like we do similar with hormones? So that's what I'm saying, like that's what it gets labeled as, a gene therapy product that was in the meat.
That was injected into
Yeah,
it.
correct.
My objective is to just prohibit the use of mRNA, the purposeful injection of mRNA into the food supply. So it's not just a labeling and then it's okay. It's a, you're not going to do it because it has not demonstrated itself to be safe to use. There are too many unintended consequences. Not having scrutinized the Missouri bill enough, I don't know what they are actually trying to achieve. Although I've scanned it, I know that it's there. There are other states that are attempting to do the same kind of thing. Its progress, I have no idea. Each one are hard to follow sometimes. But the objective here is to, at this time, say you cannot inject or use mRNA in our food supply, the intended purpose being to vaccinate people against whatever, because we just don't have a proven track record of it being safe or effective.
Okay. Thank you. And I think we're done with our questions from the committee. So I appreciate you introducing the bill
Thank you.
and answering so many questions.
I've got to get back to an executive session, so me ducking out is not to
Okay.
tell you guys to pound sand or anything like that, but I am actually in an executive session downstairs. But thank you very much.
Sure. Have a good rest of the day. And I'd like to call Colleen Smith from DHHS to come and offer her testimony. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to provide information on House Bill 1572. The department is not taking a position on this bill, but we did want to provide some information around the fiscal note that was alluded to earlier. This is very new technology, all components of this bill. The cell culture cultivated meat is regulated currently by USDA and FDA. There are 2 companies in the country that are allowed to make product. And right now, we believe it's very limited in distribution to restaurants and specific in larger cities, but it's very limited in distribution. It is, as was alluded to in previous testimony, new technology, so we don't know what the anticipated track this will take. Will it be in grocery stores one day? I understand that it's very expensive to make this product, so it might be just in a niche market for quite some time. So we have a lot of uncertainty about what this would mean for the department as far as responsibilities in regulating this. Currently, the 2 products are chicken products that are allowed to be made by these 2 companies that have been approved federally to make them, and the labeling is cell-cultivated chicken, that it needs to be labeled on that product. So that would conflict with the language in the statute as directed to label it as lab-grown meat. The second part of this bill that speaks to mRNA technology, we understand that no mRNA technology is currently approved for any cattle vaccine, and given how this is digested in animal tissues, it would be very difficult for
the department to know if this technology was used in producing food. So we have some concerns. Would it mean like a trace back with individual growers to make sure that their animals that they were using for food didn't use this technology? And then the final component is the allowance of insects. So currently we're not aware of any producers in New Hampshire offering insects, but it is available in other parts of the country or world. But they would also have to be from an approved source and would be required to be labeled on a product if they were to be used as an ingredient. They'd have to be demonstrated that they were inspected. There was no food safety issues with using that component if they were able to be used in food. So we did put in because the department would be charged with enforcement of these three components, we did put forth a fiscal note to include an inspector who would be charged with enforcing these three areas. And again, just want to stress that they're very novel, so we're uncertain as to what this would entail for us, not only now, but years to come. And happy to take any questions the committee has.
Representative Brulard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now you said in a couple of larger cities, they are currently serving lab-grown meat. Is the consumer aware?
So what we know is that it's in restaurants, and again, I believe it's just niche. And I'm not familiar with those two restaurants, but I would expect that probably it is disclosed, because that would be people. There are people that are seeking out cell cultured meat as an alternative.
Sorry, in New Hampshire?
No, not in New Hampshire. So I'm only aware of San Francisco and Washington, D.C. as having restaurants offering this product. I'm not aware that it's distributed in New Hampshire currently.
Representative Bixby.
So I'm wondering about whether mRNA in a particular form would actually survive the process of being consumed. And because my understanding is that, first you're dealing with stomach acids, and then there are enzymes called mRNAases that are very active at breaking down foreign mRNA.
So it is my understanding, I'm not an expert in animal vaccines, but in researching this bill and contacting the USDA, it's my understanding that the vaccines don't persist in animal tissues at all, so that even they wouldn't be in the final product. So that's, from our standpoint, it would make it a challenge. How would we test for this? Or we'd have to basically look at records of producers to know if they had been vaccinated using an mRNA technology if it were to be approved in the future.
Thank you.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you just clarify the insect labeling? You said they have to be labeled. Is that as an insect product, or just they have to be labeled as any other food
It
product?
would be just as any other food ingredient.
Okay.
It would have to be labeled as a component of the food.
Okay, thank you.
And so, Ms. Smith, when they label this component, is there a requirement for them to actually say something like crickets, or do they give their scientific name for crickets, or whatever?
It would be the common name, common name of the.
They would have to
yeah.
use the common name?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Smith? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. And I'd now like to call Commissioner Sean Jasper from Department of Agriculture. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I am Sean Jasper, Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. I am taking a position on this bill, primarily due to the fact that if you were to pass it, it would severely limit the food options for people in the state of New Hampshire, which feeding people is very important to me. And I say that because we have to recognize that we're a country of 330 million people. We're a state of 1.4 million. So if we just think about that, and you put something like this on a requirement, many companies will simply not come to New Hampshire anymore. They will not send their product into New Hampshire. We've had this discussion for many years over certain labeling requirements within the New Hampshire legislature, and that really always it comes back to that. New Hampshire is not California. People are not going to do things simply because New Hampshire says it. I've unfortunately sent a link to you or an email to you later. I had sent to the chairman because I couldn't find a link for the whole committee, and it was pretty time consuming to try to paste all of your emails in. So I sent it this morning. I'm not sure if you can just click on the links or not. You might have to copy and paste, but there are some here, and one is called the mRNA conspiracy theories. And I'm going to go right back to the beginning here, and I'm going to be longer than I thought after hearing the testimony of the sponsor. Anything that you put into animal feed comes with a cost. Farmers just don't go out and buy things. Gee, it sounds great. There is a reason. And so for anyone to believe that someone or the government was going to try to use this technology to vaccinate all of us would come at a cost. Somebody would be getting paid. There'd need to be a budget line. And I would suggest to you that this would be the most ineffective way to vaccinate the population, because you'd have to know that everybody was going to be eating a certain product or certain products to get there. And it would still be very costly and inefficient. And obviously, every time you ate the same product, you're getting vaccinated again and at an extreme cost. So I would suggest that there is no idea out there currently that we would be vaccinating people against their will through this method. We've also heard from HHS that it's not something that's currently available. It's being talked about, and I know that there are discussions going on within the National Association of States Departments of Agriculture. There was a meeting hosted which included Merck, which I would assume would be one of the primary companies who would be interested in this. Texas is looking at it. But we can't be out there doing these things and expecting to have a positive result for the consumers of New Hampshire. I would suggest that if people were concerned about these things and there was a market for it, then the opposite would be true, as people would be labeling their products saying, that not containing mRNAs or anything else. I mean, we cannot expect to go in this direction. But I also would point out, as I think the representative from HHS did, there's not going to be any way to know if this is true, and maybe everybody just stopped sending anything into New Hampshire at a $10,000 fine or requiring labeling, because how is the meat processor going to know what that animal was fed? There's no current requirements to say, well, what was the ingredients? There are certain things that the government requires, but that's at the federal level. If this is not a federal requirement, then nobody is going to know. Go to LeMay's and Goffstown. Are they going to know what those cows were fed or those pigs? Or they're not, and there's no requirement to do that. So we could be disrupting our food chain significantly with anything like this, even when it comes to labeling, because people aren't going to know. And if you require them to do something that they cannot reasonably know, then they're simply going to withdraw from the market. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any other questions? Representative Creighton.
Thank you for your testimony. As always, it's enlightening. So disruption of the food chain, not good. But for these two labels, insects and manufactured meat, those seem like very small. I mean, the manufactured meat served in two places in the United States, one of which is not New Hampshire. Insects are not served in New Hampshire, as far as testimony says. So how big a deal is that? Is that like a sky is falling, or is that a smaller deal?
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the insect labeling, and again, I think you heard that that would be required coming into New Hampshire
Anyway.
now. So I don't think we want to reinvent the wheel, and you need to certainly look at that. Certainly, you know, that's something that wouldn't be as disruptive, because I don't think we're going to ever see that become a mainstream staple of the diet in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Brulard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Commissioner, would you believe that it was important enough for U.S. Congressman Thomas Massey to file an amendment to the House Agriculture Appropriations Bill, Amendment number 86, that states none of the funds made available by this act may be used to fund any grant related to any transgenic edible vaccine?
Oh, I would certainly believe that, and I believe that there are thousands of amendments offered all the time, and if Congress passed that, then great. But I also believe that Congress is the only place, you know, the federal government is the only place where something like this can be effective. The state of New Hampshire cannot be effective in doing this. We can only harm our food chain, and that starts potentially right here with our own local slaughterhouses.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You know, there's a fiscal note attached to this bill, but I wonder if you could speak at all to what it costs producers to have to label products or test products, what the impact on them financially is.
I don't have any expertise in that area. You know, I was a little puzzled by the fiscal note, because it would seem, although we just heard there's probably no way to test it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the inspector is doing, because that would be literally, if there was the technology to enforce this bill, every single piece of meat coming into the state, or even being produced in the state, would need to be tested to be in full compliance. And I would think that that would be significantly higher than just the cost of an employee.
Follow up.
That's a cost that's borne by the producer, right? The testing would be.
Well, I don't think so, because I don't, without the authorization, you know, perhaps you could look at it that way and say everybody would be required to do that. Right now, this bill, my reading of it, just says you can't bring it in. So it doesn't say that every producer shall test their product to ensure. So I think it would be on the state if we were going to require this.
Any other questions for the Commissioner? Representative Potenza.
So in regards with the comments, I think from DHHS, and then that you reiterated in regards with like the bugs, it doesn't say on ingredients crickets. It doesn't say grasshoppers. So it literally is it's like a code. Like, let's say if it said MEC or whatever. So I think transparency and labeling is important. So do you have a problem with that?
Well,
You're going to have to tell people what it is.
Well, you know, again, I think for anything coming into New Hampshire, you're going to limit the market if you do something different than the other, you know, 47 states at least, on the continental U.S. Hawaii and Alaska may be a little bit different, but right now, if you look at most of the ingredients, you know, they use not the common names on most ingredients on any package. Usually gives you something that's, you know, most of us have no idea what that is. So to use a common name, because I think there's probably not one type of cricket. And so you couldn't just say cricket. You'd have to go back to, you know, the genus and the species, I suppose. And we're not going to understand that. So again, I don't think that New Hampshire can be an island of labeling.
Any other questions for the Commissioner? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. My question regarding all of the labeling requirements is my concern over the smart labeling that's coming out with the QR codes, where the ingredients will no longer be listed on the product, but you would have to scan a QR code while shopping. How would that, because that would be rapidly done by QR code, ingredients coming into different states could be changed immediately because they're on a QR code. So what's the positives and the negatives, please?
Well, certainly would hope that as that technology progresses, the federal government would look at that and make sure that if there were changes to what was approved by the FDA, there would be severe fines if those QR codes were changed. We're not going to be able to stop technology. I don't particularly like that idea that I wouldn't be able to just look at something. But if that is what is allowed by the federal government, then that's what we're going to have to live with. And hopefully, if they do that, they put those necessary fines in place. I mean, without fines, without consequences, yeah, you're probably right. People can change things. I don't know to what end, but that's a technology that is probably going to be with us.
Just quick follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I agree with you. I like to see the labels listed, but what I have heard, and I don't know if you've heard the same, is that part of the reason for the QR code on different products is so that if they're making one batch with one specific set of products and another batch with another, they've changed the ingredients out, they can then put a different QR code on that. So you could be buying the same product but have two separate ingredients because the QR codes are different. And have you heard anything about that?
I have not.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for the commissioner? I think we're kind of finding ourselves out of time, and appreciate you coming and speaking with us today.
Thank you.
So I have no other pink cards. I'm going to close the hearing on HB 1572, and we will move on.
7 and 4.
Oh, yes. The online, and I need the blue sheet, so that in the online was, let's see, 7, let's see. I'm sorry, let me just grab that again. So what do you have? You have online?
7 4.
7 in support?
7 4.
Yes, 7 in support of the bill and 4 in opposition to the bill. I'm sorry?
2 neutral.
And 2 neutral. And that was online. And on our blue sheet, we had 1 person opposed to the bill. Okay, moving along to HB 1565. Let me just get myself situated here.
Your name on this one.
Okay. Okay. And to introduce the bill today is Representative Coulon, who is sponsor of the bill.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. My name is Matthew Coulon. I represent Grafton 5 and I'm the prime sponsor of HB 1565, which is also known as the Right to Homestead Act. And I'll start by reading my testimony here. Current New Hampshire law allows a person to bake and sell a loaf of bread, but prohibits them from making and selling a delicious sandwich. I'd like to change that. HB 1565, aka the Right to Homestead Act, affirms an individual's right to buy and sell homemade foods in a variety of market settings. It adopts a permissive approach instead of our current prohibitive one, which heavily favors large-scale agriculture and conventional grocers. New Hampshire's homestead food statutes are dated and difficult for farmers, market managers, and retail store owners to understand, leading to incorrect interpretation of statutes, which hurts our local food producers. It makes their delicious products difficult to market. Additionally, our current statutes incentivize producing sugary and unhealthy foods over nutritious home-cooked or plant-based meals. The Right to Homestead Act corrects this by repealing the homestead license, hereby shifting the state's focus to enforcing transparent labeling requirements. It is estimated by the USDA that New Hampshire produces between 4 and 6% of its own food. This amount is far too low and poses a serious threat to our state's food security. Allowing the sale of potentially hazardous foods, aka refrigerated foods, creates an entrepreneurial gateway for Granite Staters of all walks of life. It has the real potential to introduce people to new and exciting cuisines while giving the next generation of culinary upstarts ground floor access to an exciting industry. As for farmers, the state of New Hampshire has about 4,000 farms, most of which are small operations making less than $10,000 a year. The Right to Homestead Act can help transform our existing small farm infrastructure into a vital and resilient network of local food vendors and artisans. It may also make it easier for grassroots organizations to provide meals and mutual aid to neighbors and communities in need. Similar policies have been enacted in many states, including Montana, California, Maine, and others, which have resulted in higher cases of people feeding one another with no rise in foodborne illness. It's in the interest of growing the amount of food produced in New Hampshire, in which I present HB 1565, and ask the members of this committee to consider supporting the people of New Hampshire's right to homestead. And with that, I will open it up to any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Boschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. And again, this is my third committee day, so trying to learn all the rules.
It's all good.
Yeah. Can you tell me, what are you thinking in terms of how we make sure that the food is safe if we're decreasing this regulation?
The bill actually outlines like pages of guidelines for how products ought to be labeled. So we're moving towards strengthening labeling requirements. And I think that we can actually satisfy all the needs of a license by strong labeling requirements. So we can define these requirements in statute without needing to have the license anymore.
Thank you.
Representative Dotsie.
Yes, thank you. Oh, can you hear me?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. How does that, what you just said, Representative, how does that correspond with, I believe it's page 1, line 24 and 25, the production and sale of homestead food products in accordance with this subdivision are exempt from all licensing, permitting, inspection, packaging, and label laws in this state?
How does that jive with what I just said? I mean,
Yeah, because I thought you said that there would be labeling requirements, but here this says it's an exemption, so I'm a little confused.
page 2 of the bill outlines all of the requirements and exemptions and all the good stuff in there.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I like this idea a lot, and I've heard from my constituents that they support it as well. A lot of those kind of businesses in my district. I work in a restaurant where the owners, the lead people, are required to have a safe service certificate. Could that something like that be included in this, or?
I would like it not to be included in the bill, but as it states in the bill that nothing in this bill should stop any collection of information of people's names and addresses and things like that. And also we do have local control and self-inspecting communities as well. So there is oversight. So this bill will not affect certifications like that.
Representative Knapp? Oh, did you have a follow-up? No, okay, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you just speak to, on the first page, lines 30 through 31? So does that allow for someone to have up to 1,000 chickens that they're selling, and is that annual? What is the meaning of that part?
Yeah, thanks for the question. This part, part 3, actually outlines the federal requirements. So we're in compliance with federal laws and guidelines. So that starts off with the 1,000 bird rule. And then there's 2 other requirements related to poultry and poultry byproducts. So by outlining these federal guidelines, we make it so we're in compliance with the feds, and also it's saying basically that, you know, you can't shoot a deer and serve like wild game chili, you know, as good as that might sound. It's not covered underneath this bill because we need to be in line with the federal government.
Follow-up?
So you could have up to 1,000 chickens, is that?
Yeah, that's the current federal
That's the federal
rule.
guidelines,
So
okay.
if someone can process 1,000 chickens, that's
As a homesteader.
USDA law right now.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to go back to your question. You just said something about wild game chili.
Yeah.
However, there are USDA inspection facilities for wild game. So how are you parsing that delineation out?
I believe it's covered in part A, B, and C of part 3, where it's saying it needs to come from an inspected source, such as a butcher shop, grocery store, and other situations.
Okay, Representative Dutzy?
Yes, thank you. Over the past couple of sessions, we've done a lot of work in terms of making homestead laws more lenient, okay, and not subject to licensing. So I'm really confused about this bill, and can you kind of hone in on why you see a need for it and why the existing laws prevent, you know, homesteaders from increasing their, you know, profits and their revenue?
Well, yeah, we did actually do some good work regarding cottage foods last session, and the cottage foods community was really happy with all of us on this committee, actually. So congratulations, everyone. But yeah, I mean, farmers and local farmers have been marginalized by industrialized food. So if you can see that, you know, 94 to 96% of food in New Hampshire is not local, that's a food security issue. So the intent of the bill is to provide a market-based solution to increase local food production.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Creighton?
I just want to elevate it to 30,000 feet to make sure my simple mind understands. Essentially, what you're saying is, if I want to sell food that I make in my own kitchen, then I'm good to go as long as I meet those exceptions on page 2.
It's
that
got to be
are listed
labeled
out.
right, and you know.
Yeah, you've listed them all out, but as long as I do that, I can open up and sell that food out of my kitchen.
Yep.
Okay.
In certain situations.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Bixby.
So one of the things that we've done in terms of making sure that homestead food is is safe and or if there is a problem that the problem is very limited, is by restricting the circulation of the food to direct market situations, such as selling directly from the home, selling directly at a farmer's market. And you have here that in section on page 2, section 4A, Roman 4A, that it could be sold on the internet or by a third-party vendor, including a retail store or a grocery store. And I'm wondering whether that maintains that connection with the farmer or the producer that we rely on for safety.
Yeah, so it does specifically state that more perishable foods that contain dairy and meat need to be sold direct to consumer, but that plant-based or like baked goods, things like that, can be sold retail. So I do think there is a protection in there for that. And yeah, I mean, myself, I was a market gardener for 10 years. That's my experience, and that's how I know about this issue. So it's always just, I could go to a farmer's market and sell like lettuce and tomatoes and peas or something separately, and someone can buy a thing of tomatoes and just stand there and eat them. But if I mixed those together and sold them as a salad, I would be like violating a law. So no, just another another point there. Yeah.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It says in the fiscal note that this removes the fee for homestead operators, which is a loss of revenue for the state. And I feel like this bill is making things more permissive for homestead operators. Do you really think that $150 is a barrier to entry? And what was the thinking behind removing them having?
I just think that if we can outline labeling requirements that basically satisfy the the need of licensure, then that's really not too big of a problem here.
Okay. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you. On page 3, starting with line 8, you say, nothing in the subdivision shall be construed to impede the Department of Health and Human Services in any investigation of foodborne illnesses. But then you say that the fine is $75 for each. So if I'm providing homestead food and it has an foodborne illness in it, I can only be fined $75? Is that correct?
So you don't need to have a license to have a complaint filed against you. Anyone can have a complaint filed against them with Food Protection Bureau. And I also was able to get some data on the homestead food producers' complaints from DHHS. And I found that from 2022 to October of this year, there were 30 complaints. So in a little over a year, there were 30 complaints. 29 of those complaints were people unclear on our current statute. So it's people complaining about other people selling stuff that they're confused about. Only one of those complaints was for a health concern. So we're doing pretty good. So I think we have an opportunity to open things up a little bit and grow the market a bit. I'd like to see New Hampshire producing 10% of its own food by the year 2030. That's my goal here. So.
Any other questions? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Coulon. Is it true that currently homesteaders are exempt from licensing and do not have a dollar limit for sales?
They're exempt from licensing for certain things like shelf-stable things like breads and jams and jellies and things like that, yes. But this is opening it up to, cooked meals and things like that.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing your bill to us today. And I would like to now, and I would remind you too that now you may not return to your chair and ask questions, so. I would now call Colleen Smith and Katrina Hansen from DHHS to speak on their opposition to this bill.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, again, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm the administrator for the Food Protection Section within the Department of Health and Human Services. And I'm joined today by Katrina Hansen. She's the chief of our infectious disease surveillance section, and she would be able to speak to any questions that come up with regard to foodborne illnesses. So the department is opposed to 1565 as written. There are several concerns. First, I'll lay out exactly what is allowed currently by homestead food producers. So currently, a homestead food operation is allowed to make foods which we call non-potentially hazardous or considered shelf-stable. They don't require refrigeration for safety. They're items things like baked goods, brownies, cookies, jams, jellies, candy that a producer can make in their own home without a license to sell at retail stores, to from their own home to farmers markets or from their own farm stand. If they want to sell to a restaurant or via the internet where there's no direct consumer baker or manufacturer relationship interaction, or it's like a direct mailing, they can do that, but they just need to have our license. And currently we have 145 licensed homestead operations in the state's jurisdiction. Remember, there are 15 cities and towns that have their own authority around this, and some of those cities and towns don't allow homestead operations for a variety of reasons. Could be zoning, could be they just have made that decision not to allow home food operations. We have worked very hard with this committee over time to allow small producers to have an easier pathway to being able to offer their food in commerce. A homestead operation doesn't have to have a commercial kitchen. It can be their regular residential kitchen, their regular refrigerator, their regular sink. We allow them to have pets in the home. They just have to secure them away in an area when they're making their food and sanitize surfaces prior to their food production. We are very concerned about opening the avenue to allow foods that require refrigeration for safety, or things like acidified foods, such as canned pestos. These things have a higher risk of, if done improperly, to cause botulism, which it could lead to death of a consumer. And certainly we have at our heart is, while these foods could be sold, if this bill were to pass, they could be sold at restaurants, they could be sold at retail stores. Any foodborne illness outbreak is not only damaging to those directly impacted, but it's also damaging to the reputation of New Hampshire's food supply as a whole. We take our responsibility very seriously in those that we license and inspect, and holding them to food safety standards. Without a licensing and inspection system for these homestead producers who could make sandwiches in their home, there's no guarantees, and really our enforcement, it would be extremely difficult. It would be really by complaints, or if we had foodborne illness outbreaks, that we would know if someone was violating these statutes, because we would have no inventory, we wouldn't know how many are out there. So for these reasons, we have concerns about expanding the offerings that home food producers can do. There are several commercial kitchens in New Hampshire that allow small producers to rent space in a commercial setting to offer to marketplace. We license those. We have the opportunity to have those dialogues, to answer questions, food safety questions. This would take all of that off the table if folks could do that without having our license and inspection. I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so if someone has one of the homestead food licenses, which is like $150, are they allowed to produce the potentially hazardous foods?
No, they're still limited to only making those that are shelf stable, like jams, jellies, cookies, etc.
Thank you.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when the figure on complaints was cited earlier, that would really just have been complaints about those shelf-stable operations, correct?
Not necessarily. So often we get complaints from other, it could be community members, could be other folks that are making homestead food operations about other vendors selling products that require refrigeration. And so those are the complaints that generally we get concerning home food operations, that they're making foods beyond what they're allowed by law to make.
Representative Sofakaitis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have a lot of foodborne illness?
So certainly, and I'll have Katrina jump in if she would like. Since we don't allow any foods that are what we call potentially hazardous or require refrigeration for safety, there's not a lot of data about foodborne outbreaks. We have had historical foodborne outbreaks. We had one many years ago where someone made pulled pork in their home and then made pulled pork sandwiches, was improperly cooled. Again, we only domestic refrigeration's required. They're not expect a home food operation doesn't have commercial refrigeration to make sure that things are cooled properly. Sometimes there might not be the food safety knowledge there from that producer. It's a lot different than to make food for your family versus to make it for hundreds of people.
Hi, thank you. Katrina Hansen, for the record, oversee infectious disease surveillance. So we have had few outbreaks associated with homestead foods, but I think that is also a success that we have really food that right now is available that is lower risk, but this bill allows food that could be higher risk, as Colleen indicated, particularly meat and other products that are typically tied to foodborne illness. In regards to our statistics, bearing in mind that most foodborne illnesses and also waterborne illnesses really kind of fall under this enteric pathogens, several of them have to be reported under our existing statute, RSA 141C, so we do have data on these. But many of these are typically underreported, and that is because of several reasons, which I can answer later if you have further questions. But typically we see around 300 or so cases of Campylobacter on a 10-year average. Shiga toxin producing E. coli or STEC, we've seen 33 of those cases. Salmonella, 212 over the past 10 years. The last case of botulism was infant botulism in 2021, not associated with food products since that's a separate type of illness. But though we're seeing some reduction in waterborne illness, we have actually seen an increase of our enteric pathogens, particularly Salmonella and Salmonella and Campylobacter. Those have been increasing over the past 10 years.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Would you mind sending that information to the committee of all of the confirmed cases? Because one of my questions was, there is, when you can tell me the confirmed case of botulism, and I can't find anything at all for foodborne at all in New Hampshire.
Sure. Yeah, I looked back to 2001 and I did not see any cases of foodborne botulism in New Hampshire to that point. I am still looking into that. But we do also publish all of our communicable diseases as required under RSA 141C, and I'd be happy to share that report to you. It is published monthly and it's over the last 5 years. But if you're looking for more data, we'd be happy to complete a data request for you and provide you all that data. And then I can also share what I presented here.
Okay. Yeah, quick follow-up.
Yeah. So this is going to be like where they took place, right? I don't want to just see the numbers. I want to so it would have listed on here 2019 at the Puritan back room, the norovirus death, and the 19. So don't we see that most of these things are happening in restaurants, and we don't really have this a home-based problem?
Thank you for that question. It's a very good question and insightful. So we do our best to track location and where foodborne illness may have been acquired from. but it's not always that easy. It can be really difficult. Particularly, a lot of these foodborne illnesses can take 3 to 5 days, sometimes a week, before someone experiences signs and symptoms. And by the time they usually typically seek healthcare, if they do, which is also rare. I mean, most people let foodborne diarrheal illness run its course. If they do seek healthcare, it may even be 2 weeks from when they ate a particular food item. And at that point, most people don't remember what they ate. I know for myself, I may struggle with what I ate yesterday, so it can be very challenging to pinpoint the many multitudes of products that can go into even one food item. So one sandwich may contain multiple food products, and that can be very difficult. But we also do our best with not only individual cases, but outbreaks. We try to identify the etiology of what is causing illness. So we do try to request human specimens, particularly stool specimens, and if we can, food items if there is a potential outbreak or concern about an outbreak. We do have capability in our public health lab to do typing and linking to see if they're directly associated. But to even acquire those clinical specimens and then also acquire the food specimens can be very challenging, and rarely do we really get both of them. Often food items are often discarded by the time an individual seeks care and we have all of those specimens. So we do our best and we can try to pinpoint it, but I will say majority of our outbreaks or even investigations, we don't have a very clear sense exactly what is causing that illness.
Okay, I have a quick question too. Are you aware of any states that have a more lenient statutes than we do on food, this food safety, homestead foods, that kind of thing, that are experiencing higher rates of reporting of illness?
So I can't speak to that correlation. I can speak to there is a website on the Association of Food and Drug Officials that covers all homestead regulations throughout the country. And looking at New England, New Hampshire is on the more lenient side as to what is allowed, and especially without any kind of licensing and inspection. Vermont, our neighbor, does allow some products to be made in a home kitchen that are considered potentially hazardous, but there's also a licensing and inspection process associated with that, along with a monetary limit as to how much they can produce without a license. Certainly, I think every single state in the country has some sort of homestead food legislation that has passed, but they're all very, very different in what is allowed, especially without a license at all.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, how do events like church potlucks or that sort of thing, where people make food in their home and then provide it to others for a one-off event, how does that fit in with the current food safety laws?
So in that instance, there is an current exemption from licensure for what's called an occasional food service event. So something like a church potluck would fall into that licensing exemption, and therefore there's no requirements around food that might be even prepared at the event on site, or if it was made at someone's home and brought to the event. So that's currently allowed if it fits under that occasional food service event definition.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wonder if you see any middle ground here. I mean, I respect Representative Coolin's goals around food security in New Hampshire and us producing our own food, and I also respect the keeping consumers safe and your experience and opinion. So I just wonder if you have any thoughts about like what Vermont's doing. Is that something that would be safer or a possible path?
I would say, Vermont is more lenient than New Hampshire. If you look at the other New England states, we are less restrictive for sure. We have a lot of concerns about opening that gateway to allow the sandwiches, for instance. It might seem easy to prepare a salad or but there's, produce has been implicated in several outbreaks. You have to cut that tomato. You're introducing anything that's on the outside of that knife right directly into it. And also what temperature is that food allowed to be at? Again, with just allowing basic home kitchen. We all know homes can be, they can have entry to children, pets. There's a lot of factors that come into play when making food in a home kitchen, and then being able to offer it beyond just your own home family.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Additionally, I wonder if you could speak to, I'm thinking about things like cured meats versus uncured meats, and would the disease pathogens be different for one of those if they were held at different temperatures or for a different length of time, for example?
So curing meat is a more specialized process, because with a cured meat, there are instances where it can be held without refrigeration. However, again, that has to be done correctly. You have to make sure you're adding the right amount of salt. It's not that it couldn't be done safely, but there should be some kind of food safety oversight. And again, making sure that food is coming from an approved source. There's a lot of other good operating procedures that that's why we would require licensing and inspection for an activity like that.
Follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. My other question is around internet sales that are non-direct to consumers. What type of oversight do you have of internet sales for food products?
As far as once it leaves the state, is that
in state or out of state?
So for food coming into state, I'll take the part, food coming out of state by internet sales directly to someone's home, we have very little to no oversight over that. That would fall to the federal government as far as food crossing state lines. When it comes to the those that are manufacturing and are selling food with our license, it would be the same type of oversight that we would for someone producing food for a restaurant. So we're looking at their food to make sure, talking to them about how they're preparing their food, how they're cleaning their surfaces, how they're labeling their food products. We ask that they, again, keep pets away, clean their surfaces. That would, anything, if they're selling via the internet, they would again have that type of inspection and relationship with us.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony and your time. So I really respect the idea of allowing folks to get their product out to market, but I also very much respect your opinion, your experience on the safety associated with that. So on the scale from selling it at a farm stand to selling it at a farmer's market to then maybe a restaurant or a long-term, grocery store, is there a cutoff there where that safety is reduced? Maybe if you're selling it straight at a farmer's market versus it's going to sit on the shelf for 2 weeks at the grocery store, and is there a way that the bill could be modified to reduce that risk? Over.
Certainly, I can speak to over the past several years is that there has been a lot of emphasis on letting the consumer make that decision. If they go to a farmer's market, they can meet the person that's actually producing the food and make that decision. And there's also a labeling requirement that it has to say it's exempt from licensing and inspection. Once you get removed from that, whether it be at a restaurant or a grocery store, you don't have that ability. The consumer doesn't have that. There's not that much transparency, even though there is that labeling requirement to make that decision. And then also the potential, it could certainly be, there could be more people impacted with greater volumes of food being produced. That certainly that makes the more food you produce, the more people you're serving. So a scale up would be definitely concerning to us from a food safety standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You stated that homestead licenses have the same oversight as restaurants. I believe that you stated no.
Oh, I can clarify if you'd like.
Thank you.
So we have we have an inspection process, but they don't have the same a homestead food operation doesn't have the same basic equipment requirements as a restaurant would, and it's inspected less frequently than a restaurant is as well. Again, there's also the food safety manager certification. That's not required for a homestead food operation, but it is required for a licensed restaurant or a retail food store.
Follow up.
Thank you for that information. So you're saying, you said that a homestead is inspected less often than a restaurant?
So because they are limited to making low risk foods, they're inspected at, all of our establishments are inspected on a risk-based frequency. So, certainly a store, just from comparison, say a store that's only selling eggs and bread and milk would be inspected less frequently than a full-scale grocery department that has, multiple departments, bakery, meat room, produce. So we have, to dedicate our staff to the highest risk facilities first, we have a tier, and so homesteaders are inspected less frequent than a full-scale grocery store.
Okay, follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again. Thank you for that information. I have heard testimony in this committee before that restaurants, a lot of them are inspected only once every 3 years. Can you expound on the inspection of restaurants?
So our inspection frequency is there are some restaurants, depending on their menu, it's every 2 to 1 year. Those that are inspected every 3 years would be anybody that's not preparing food. For instance, like a pharmacy they might sell bacon and meat and eggs, but they're not doing any food prep. That would be a tier that would be inspected every 3 years.
One last follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is the inspection schedule and what restaurants have been inspected when and dates listed at the department so that we could have access to that information?
So we do have restaurant inspection results available on our website, so that it's public information.
Okay, thank you. Representative Howard.
Would it be possible to make tweaks to this bill to gain your support, or is it just too far in the direction of unsafe?
What I would like to offer is that we've made many changes to the home food statute over time. Certainly we are amenable to anything that feels that if those feel there needs to be clarity so that there's not confusion, we would definitely be amenable to helping those home food producers that might be making cream pies and they don't know to change things so things are more clear. I would offer just like that last year we removed the limit without a license is that we that we don't make any changes in this session, but explore maybe if there are things that are unclear is work to make some change in a future session.
Any other questions? I don't see any, so we will move right along. We've got four pink cards left here. I'd like to call Keen Meng Wong to the desk. Thank you.
Morning, members of the committee. My name is Keen Meng Wong. I'm the tax policy counsel at the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. The department does not have a position on this bill. However, I just wanted to highlight a potential concern that the department has on the language on the licensing requirements of the bill. Hearing all the previous discussions before me, I believe that the licensing requirements that's intended in this bill is specifically referenced to the homestead food operations license. There is a license for meals and rooms tax license where operators of meals, taxable meals in New Hampshire are required to obtain a M&R license before commencing the operations. So the concern that the DRA has is the language on lines 24 and 25, page 1 of the bill. And it says that the production and sale of homestay food products in accordance with this subdivision are exempt from all licensing, permitting, inspection, packaging, and labeling laws in this state. This is the concern is just that all licensing would also in this state would encompass the M&R license. Looking back to the previous version, well, not the previous version, but the current version of the RSA 143-A and colon 12, the current language on that exemption is exempt from licensure and departmental inspection under this subdivision. So the language in the current statute is more limiting to the current subdivision of homestead food licensing versus the proposed language, which expands it to all licensing in this state. That is that's just our concern that we want to highlight to the committee for consideration.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for bringing that point to us.
Thank you.
I would like to call Deborah. I'm sorry, I can't read the last. Aylward. Oh, yes.
Well, good morning, committee members, and thank you for having me. For the record, I'm Representative Deborah Aylward. I represent Merrimack District 5. That's Andover, Danbury, Hills, Salisbury, and Webster. I'm here in support of Representative Coulon's bill. I'm the prime sponsor of a similar bill that you're going to hear this afternoon. I find it ironic the two reps who didn't know each other came up with such similar bills. I think it shows a need for food freedom in this session. And I really applaud his efforts. We both got assistance from the Institute of Justice, and we'll be providing a chart that will compare the two bills for your work session if you don't already have it. And I look forward to speaking more on this subject this afternoon. However, regarding what the department stated about opening a gateway, they're reluctant to open a gateway. That gateway has been open for a very long time, involving nonprofits that have been serving this food, potentially hazardous food, to thousands of members of the public annually through their community dinners, church potlucks, bake sales, you name it. And I have provided photographic evidence of such type of activity where it was billed as homemade and delicious for a chicken pie supper. And as far as separating the homemade food producer from the consumer, the law currently allows for sales at retail food stores. It should be no different from a restaurant or any other type of venue because it's been in law currently. And as far as internet sales, both bills go into where the food has to be maintained at appropriate temperature, and it can only be transported for 2 hours. So I think that limits where you can send food, whether it's, shelf stable or potentially hazardous. And so that's my only comments for right now.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll hear from you later.
Thank you.
Megan Forbes from the Institute of Justice. And then I have another pink card somebody submitted, but there's no name on it. I don't know who that is. Nope. Okay. You need one from me? Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of this bill. And we also support Representative Aylward's bill that's going to be heard later today. My name is Megan Forbes. I'm a senior legislative counsel at the Institute for Justice. We're a nonprofit organization that has helped homestead food producers, also called commonly cottage food producers across the country, reform restrictive laws that prevent them from earning a living. And we support these bills because they expand economic liberty and opportunities for homestead food producers and consumers, and they do so in a way that's proven to be safe. At the Institute for Justice, we've studied the effects of homestead food businesses on local economies and communities and researched food safety. We've consulted experts, we've reviewed CDC data, and followed up with health departments in states that have expanded their homestead food laws in ways that are comparable to the approaches that both of these bills take. Our research confirms that homestead food is inherently safe for producers and consumers. We've also found that homestead food businesses create important opportunities for entrepreneurship. They help support families, and they help bolster local economies. 7 states now, California, Iowa, Montana, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Utah, and Wyoming, have enacted similar laws to support the local production of homemade food, including allowing the sale of perishable food, also called potentially hazardous food. Notably, in these states, there's not been one confirmed case of foodborne illness. Wyoming has the oldest law. It's been around for almost 9 years now, and there are no cases, again, of foodborne illness related to the sale of cottage food in Wyoming that we've confirmed. Wyoming's laws receive national recognition for safely increasing access to local food and opportunity. These bills bring much needed reform to the state's homestead food producers. We commend the committee for all of the work that you've done over the last few years to expand homestead food, but there's a lot of room for improvement still compared to what other states across the country are now doing. Under both bills, homemade food must be accurately labeled with all ingredients. Consumers must also be made aware that the food was prepared in a home kitchen that's not regulated. Consumers have all the information that they need to make informed decisions about whether to purchase and consume the food. For these reasons, we encourage the committee to support the production and sale of homestead food and this bill, and also the bill that's going to be heard later this afternoon. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Sure, I have a question. If you have submitted electronic testimony to the committee, or do you have electronic testimony so that we can give it to the clerk?
Madam Chair, yes, ma'am. I did submit electronic testimony this morning.
Okay, thank you. Did you receive that? No, I don't believe I have either.
Oh, I'd be happy to follow up and
Yeah,
make
sure.
sure that it was
We
received.
would
Thank
love
you.
to have your written testimony logged in. Okay, any questions from the committee? Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. What would a label, it seems like there's a lot of things that have to be on these labels. So what would a label look like that says it's prepared in a home kitchen?
The label includes the ingredients of the food and the common name that consumers would recognize it as. It also, by including the ingredients, includes any potential allergens, so consumers would be able to see if there are allergens. And then it includes a disclaimer on the label that says that the food was prepared in a home kitchen that's not subject to regulation or that's not licensed. And the disclaimers that's required, and it has to be word for word, is in the bill. So the language would be in the law that the producer would have to follow.
I see. Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you. Do you have a range of revenue that somebody who produces food in their home would make in a year, like the lowest to the highest?
It's difficult to give a range. I'll say that most often what we see is that these are very small scale
14.4.
food operations. We have surveyed cottage food producers, homestead food producers across the country, and we found that many are not making a lot of food. They're earning a few $1,000s extra, but it's making a big difference for their families. But occasionally we do see homestead food producers that are able to grow their businesses, and oftentimes they get to a point where being in their home doesn't make sense anymore. And then they want to take that step to become a commercially licensed business and have all of the advantages that a commercial business has. So in a way, these laws also create a stepping stone for people to be able to use the homestead law to be able to get to that next step.
Follow up, yep.
So are you saying that the existing law would prevent them from doing this, and this law is needed so that they could support their families better?
Representative, yes, I think this law would greatly help people be able to better support their families, be able to better build their businesses. The greatest obstacle that we see in this space for food entrepreneurs is that the cost of building a commercial kitchen is quite expensive. There's lots of expensive equipment requirements, and for the small scale production of food, it can be very difficult to overcome those costs. As the department mentioned earlier, there is the option to rent commercial kitchen space, but doing so is not easy. It's often not cost effective either. Commercial kitchen space is usually available to be rented a lot of times when commercial kitchens are not operating. So they're not convenient times for people to be able to actually use them. And again, it's another costly option.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So one of my questions is, I guess you just mentioned commercial kitchen spaces, but then wouldn't that have already transcended being a homestead or a cottage purveyor? If you're looking into commercial kitchen space, that sort of is the next step, like others have mentioned. And so you're already moving into a commercial outfit at that point if you're seeking license or seeking to use those kitchens to produce more food in the at those quantities to sell those amounts of food. Is that what you're?
Yes, Representative. It would be when you're looking to expand your production, there's no matter what, there's only so much food that a person can make in their home kitchen. So what we see is people want to expand, and when they do, they get to a point where they want to open up commercial kitchen space to do so. Once their business becomes profitable enough where they can get to that point. But the nice thing is that it doesn't require a person to go thousands of dollars into debt before they start out, which is a lot of times why we see people in this industry failing when they're starting, because the startup costs are so high to sell food.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and again, thank you for taking my question. I'm intrigued about this idea of renting commercial space, and I'd be happy to see any information that you or others may have about how often this is happening in New Hampshire, what do the costs look like. I think that information would be useful if you could provide it.
Sure, we'd be happy to look into that and give you that information specific to New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up for you, Ms. Ford. So thank you very much for your testimony. And I have a pink card for Neelim. I'm sorry, what, you'll have to give us your full name.
Good morning. I didn't plan on speaking today, so you have to excuse me. I'm trying to do this on the fly. My name is Nalima Gogumala. I own a commercial kitchen and food business incubator in Derry, New Hampshire.
Before you continue, please, can you please, I'm going to need you to spell out your entire name.
Okay.
So after you're done, would you come up and take care of that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We've been in business for about 11 years. April makes it 11 years. We are a commercial kitchen and a business incubator. The reason I started the business is because I like entrepreneurship and I like food. And 11 years ago, I thought of this idea and I did some research, and we have a thriving business. At last count, we have probably about 145 licenses that have gone through our kitchen. A lot of them have opened up their own businesses and moved on from our space. But what we do is we work with serious businesses. We don't do hobbyists. These are food areas that cover the gamut, from everything from caterers to chocolate makers to sauce makers, spice makers, whatever they'd like to do. We don't do a lot with meats because we're not a USDA certified space. But apart from that, any company in New Hampshire or Massachusetts that want to start a food business, we help them do that. We are inspected by the Town of Derry Health Inspector. We are inspected by the FDA. They come to do inspections on a regular basis. And we've had USDA inspectors in the kitchen as well. We maintain a very, very clean, very sanitary kitchen. And we have all the equipment that someone would need to open their business. So we have commercial restaurant size stoves and ovens, mixers, blenders. Everything is clean and sanitized for every user to start their production. We don't encourage any type of chemicals in our kitchen. All our grease traps are outside the kitchen as well, so there's no possibility for contamination. What else? We have our equipment inspected and maintained on a regular basis, and we meet all state fire and health codes. And it's a place for businesses to incubate. We work with companies that want to expand out. So after a couple of years, I usually encourage them to move on, especially when they start to get larger than we can support. I try to find places for them to move into other locations, facilities on their own, because we are just an incubator. We can't support large businesses. We can support a couple of people doing a few things and grow their business. But once they start to find employees and they want more production space, more storage space, we're not able to support them because we are an incubator for small startups.
And may I ask, how much do you charge for that service?
We have a different levels actually of pricing. We expect, because we don't do hobbyists, we want to do serious businesses. One of our requirements is we ask people to be in the kitchen when they start up for about 12 hours a month, and we charge $25 an hour for full use of the kitchen. Once they start to increase their production hours, we lower the rates. So our lowest rate is $20 an hour, and that's for people who are in the kitchen for about 32 hours a month. But we have people who work at our kitchen for 90 hours, 120 hours. It depends on their production. And we have a lower rate based on that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby.
So would you see this bill as potentially creating a pathway for people who might eventually want to take advantage of your kitchen, or would you see this bill as being problematic because it circumvents the need for a commercial kitchen?
The person who was here before was saying, that you can start a small business in your home, and then when you get to a certain size, you won't be able to produce at home, so you'll have to move into a commercial kitchen. We don't have as many issues with competing with home kitchens, because there are only a certain amount of products at the moment that you can make at home. Even non-hazardous products come to our kitchen because of the space, the services that we provide for them to grow. We help them with labels and packaging, and I hold their hand pretty much right to the startup process. So what we offer in our kitchen for our businesses, we are not going to, it's not going to be, this bill is not going to be a threat to us because we work with serious businesses, not those who would just want to see what's out there and you know, do a hobby type of an endeavor. I'm pretty sure this will affect our business in some way. But we get so many inquiries on a regular basis. I'm not sure how this is going to affect our business in the long run, because we do offer a lot more services than a home kitchen can. However, I would definitely say that this would not be good for the local food market or the local food industry as such. It introduces an element of sanitation and foodborne illnesses that I would not like to see permeate this little market of ours. It's not going to be beneficial for New Hampshire local food markets to encourage production in an unsafe environment.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have more than one vendor in your kitchen at a time? So it's divided up and they work side by side?
Yes, we have, I built the kitchen, I designed it to allow up to 8 businesses to produce at the same time. However, we've never hit that spot because most of our businesses tend to be, they're not professionals and they work out of their home kitchens. They like a little more elbow room. So I've limited to about 5. And since COVID, it's just been 3. And I try to keep it to 3. Sometimes we have 4, but not more than that. Each person gets a couple of tables. They've got a lot more space. We're open 24/7, so anyone can come in at any time. And it works out well because I schedule everything, so I know exactly who does what and what space they need and what equipment they need. So I make it as convenient and as easy for them to produce in a very clean, safe environment. That's one of my major goals.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. What is the name of your business, please?
It's called Creative Chef Kitchens, and it's in Derry, New Hampshire.
Thank you. I see no other questions from the committee, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And with all this talk of food, it's lunchtime. I'm hungry. So going to, there was no people signing up on the blue sheet, but online the testimonies were 14 people in support and 8 people in opposition. And with that, I'm going to close HB 1565. We will adjourn for lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock for another bill. Thank you. And ma'am, again. Good afternoon, everyone. Excuse me. Welcome back to Environment Agriculture Committee. And I am going to open up the hearing this afternoon for HB 1685, redefining homestead foods as artisan foods, creating an artisan food operations exemption, establishing artisan food products sales venues, and allowing the production and sale of artisan food products requiring refrigeration. And to introduce this bill this afternoon, I invite Representative Deborah Elward to come and speak with us again as prime sponsor. Good afternoon and welcome back. And will you be speaking on the bill or the amendment to the bill?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure how that works. The reason I had to do an amendment was in the final hour before sign-off deadline on the LSRs. A group of representatives were only given 4 days. I was only given 4 days, so I was not given the luxury of a redraft. And that's how the amendment came about. So how does that work? I would like to.
Well, I guess if you present the premise of your bill and the amendment which purports to support that or what the amendment does to fix the original bill, I think that covers it.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Am I correct in that, Representative Bixby?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So essentially your intent is presumably pretty much the same, and it's just details that are different, that differ.
Correct.
So if you first go over your intent and then just assume that the amendment covers the details in the amendment are the details we should pay attention to, that should take care of it.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So again, for the record, I'm Representative Deborah Elward, and I represent the inhabitants of the towns of Andover, Danbury Hill, Salisbury, and Webster. I have the greatest privilege of presenting to you House Bill 1685, which amends the laws governing homemade foods. When I think of New Hampshire, I think of a warm fire, a homemade Yankee pot roast, complete with braised, locally raised vegetables and baked beans and ham, bread with lots of butter, and a classic Boston cream pie for dessert. I think of the great tradition of New England cooking, the communal sharing of hearty, comforting meals, and the fellowship that occurs in just about every town across the state at community and church dinners that serve homemade foods to thousands of Granite Staters annually and without regulation. But I also think about and question how sharing the bounty of our state and talented home cooks are held back by our very own laws that illogically prevent the sale of the very same foods to those who want to conveniently buy wholesome, nutritious foods locally and as a method of deriving income. Honorable committee members, we have a chance to change all that. An opportunity to make hungry people happy and add the great state of New Hampshire to a growing list of states engaging in what is called the food freedom movement. But more importantly, is seizing this incredible opportunity to make the laws fair and reasonable. This bill is about food, fun, families, free enterprise, and free markets. In essence, everything for which the great state of New Hampshire stands for. So here's what 1685 does. It would support families by giving them more freedom to cook and share their carefully crafted foods with informed and willing consumers to derive or perhaps supplement their incomes. In particular, it would be a boon to those who might not be able to work full-time, such as stay-at-home moms and caregivers, and give aspiring food entrepreneurs a chance to start small in their home, test the market, and build their business. The bill would empower consumers by giving people more choices, particularly in rural areas where specialty foods and healthy meals, while in demand, can be scarce. House Bill 1685 would be safe and transparent with required labeling and other food safety protocols implemented at every step in the process. And of course, House Bill 1685 removes restrictions and prohibitions that are substantiated as unnecessary, such as the ban on producing non-shelf stable products in residential kitchens without a license, because there is indisputable, clear, and convincing evidence that homemade foods are inherently safe. We know this works because for decades, New Hampshire has allowed non-shelf stable foods to be produced in residential kitchens, which are then served to thousands of people statewide annually by nonprofits and municipalities hosting food service events that are exempt from licensure. In other words, there's a double standard that's being applied to homemade food producers. This bill includes necessary definitions that support the new regulatory scheme, which provides a plethora of new economic opportunities that do not exist under current law, but they're already in place given the reality of the marketplace. This bill does not limit regulators' ability to enforce the laws, but actually it makes regulators a partner in the process that through rulemaking will twice annually enlighten the populace about the laws and rules governing what I term artisan food products through media attention, which will further assist in the process by creating protocols for non-shelf stable foods, which will ensure optimum compliance. I would like to take a second to read from Wyoming's 2023 Senate Bill 51. The act is known as the Food Freedom Act. Section 3, legislative findings. This legislator finds the following. A, there is a great interest in small-scale, home-based food businesses in this state, but current law restricts entrepreneurs' ability to establish and grow such businesses. B, expanding the freedom of entrepreneurs to operate home-based food businesses will provide numerous benefits, including the opportunity for self-employment and to earn an honest living through the work that affords flexibility, creativity, and financial rewards. C, consumers desire food produced by such entrepreneurs. D, expanding the freedom of consumers to procure food from home-based food businesses will provide many benefits, including consumers in urban and rural areas in the state gaining access to a greater variety of food options, especially fresh food produced on a small local scale. C or E. Evidence from other states show that home-based food businesses are safe. And finally, F, allowing the production, sale, and consumption of a greater variety of homemade foods respects individuals' personal liberty, including economic liberty. Individuals should be free to produce, procure, and consume the homemade foods of their choice. So given the extent to which this bill goes to accomplish these goals, including the amendment that makes the underlying bill's language whole, they include corrections and additions that should have been in a second draft. I'm respectfully requesting that members carefully, consider the irrefutable facts and move House Bill 1685 with amendment forward to ensure a positive impact on the purveyors of homemade food and consumers who crave their offerings. I have a lot of research here, too much to go into during this hearing, but I'd be willing to let the committee researcher peruse it if it would help with the work session upcoming. I want to thank you for your kind consideration of this bill. My bill is different and more in-depth than House Bill 1565. For 2 years, I immersed myself into the homemade food industry. I had been a licensed kitchen back in 2008. You'll read this in my testimony, and I don't want to be redundant. And I made gourmet brownies, State Fair award-winning brownies. And I took them to farmers markets. I vended them wherever I could. But I'm a letter of the law kind of gal. I've been a regulated, licensed professional almost all my life. And I read that I was only able to sell at retail food stores, farmers markets, from a farm stand that I didn't own. I don't have a farm stand. And farmers market, retail, and farmers markets. So when I had this opportunity to delve into the laws, because I found the rules extremely convoluted and confusing. On one hand, you're being told you can make jam and jelly, but you have to undergo process review. At the University of Maine, for example, it's $140 per recipe. I have one constituent who makes like 20 different jams and jellies. She's been selling them for years. What does that tell me? It tells me, and she has not undergone process review. So it tells me that her food is safe. It's a low risk food, and that it would cost her close to $3,000 if she complied with the process review requirement. I interviewed vendors, market managers, people who wanted to get into the business but felt very intimidated or felt restricted or prohibited. Then I was finding non-compliance everywhere in the marketplace, because banana bread is a low acid food that actually requires state lab testing for water activity and pH levels. But everywhere I went, I was seeing banana bread. I was seeing labeling omission. People who just, when I asked them, I said, "Are you aware of RSA 143A?" And they would either deny it, or you could see that they knew about it, but they claimed they didn't. And so we've had a type of black market, if you will, of these foods. And I made record requests of DHHS, and they couldn't produce any records over the past 2-year period of foodborne illnesses being traced back to food produced in a homestead capacity. Then I kept looking at the definition of occasional food service event. And that's where nonprofits, schools are exempt from food service licensure. That is what we're talking about, the church bake sale, holiday events, national old home days, where food is made in residential kitchens, taken to a community dinner, and served to people. They're potentially hazardous. We're talking, chicken, turkey, ham, barbecue, cream pies, pumpkin pies, salads, every type of homemade food you can think of. Yet the department came back and was could not be responsive to a request for records that these food service events were causing foodborne illness. So it was this really aha gotcha moment. This is a double standard. How can you possibly not regulate potentially hazardous foods here that serve to the public just because it's a nonprofit or a school? And yet the same woman making the pie for this nonprofit event can't turn around and sell it for income. So that's when I contacted the Institute of Justice, because we rate as a C+ for food freedom based on the Institute's research. And I said, what's it going to take to bring this up to an A? And so they helped Rep. Coulon and myself with the language. But I wanted to see it very clear that there were food safety protocols not buried in administrative rules. I wanted to see it in the law that was easy to comprehend. That's not to say that through rulemaking, the department won't have a hand in informing consumers how to safely process and handle low acid foods and meat, chicken, poultry, and dairy. So some of the differences, first of all, is changing the name of this industry to artisan food operations. And I say this because the word homestead skews in favor of farmers. Not all homemade food operators are homesteading, which is living a lifestyle of self-sufficiency. And quite frankly, that's what these people want to be called. Take the Canaan farmers and artisan market. So I outlined ad nauseum the definition of artisan, and it being about handcrafting a good, because I feel it will uplift the industry. Everyone, it's a relatable, descriptive term. And somehow I just can't relate the word homestead to an elegantly decorated special occasion cake, dainty petit fours. And I think we need to make it more general to what this industry really is. So I'm introducing the term artisan in place of homestead. I attacked the definitions in this law because it seemed like the word establishment and event were interchangeable throughout. It was very confusing. So I wanted to make it clear that you have licensed establishments, and then you have artisan food operations. You have occasional food service functions, and temporary sales and sales events and venues. And I went into great detail to make it so you could sell basically anywhere and everywhere following the same format as current law. Now, much to my chagrin, talking with Miss Colleen Smith from HHS this morning about a woman debuting her business that was featured in a local newspaper at a craft fair. And I'm looking at retail food store, farm stand, farmer's market, and from your residence, and I don't see craft fair in there at all. And so this morning I was told that they don't prohibit foods being sold at a craft fair. Well, does that mean I can sell it at a non-food retail store? Does it mean I can sell at a local event that's not a farmer's market? Well, apparently so. So these four, what I call authorized places, I believe has been a detriment to people entering into the industry. A retail food store, such as a major grocery store, will take homemade foods, but you have to keep up with the demand. And the average residential kitchen can't keep up with that kind of demand. Farmers markets, let's face it, in the farmer market directory for 2023, published by the Department of Agriculture, there's only 25 listings. There's 204 municipalities. That means one farmer's market for every 8 towns. Not only does going to a farmer's market take you away from your local customer base, but not all farmers markets will take on all homemade food producers. It's not a public market. It's not a publicly operated market. It's operated by private enterprise. And again, not everybody owns a farm stand, so I created the definition of residential roadside stand. In rural areas, everything is sold roadside. And I've seen unenclosed farm stands roadside, and I don't see any difference in putting an honor system cart at the end of my road and selling my homemade breads every day. So I went ahead and made that a definition. I left imminent health hazard in place. And then there is the temporary food sales event or venue, which means a temporary event or series of events or venues that are open to the public by whatever name advertised, where food, including artisan food products, are sold to consumers. This is because, like I said, you can have the church fair, the old home days, even voting day is where food is sold. You go into town hall and there's this banquet table full of food that's being vended. So there's no way to list all of them. And farmers market would fall under temporary food sales event or venue. We included third-party vendor, where I can ask my friend down the road who owns a gift shop if she'd like to sell my product. We even included the ability to sell from a mobile food unit if you're exclusively selling artisan foods. So then I changed occasional food service event to function, just to differentiate between these different categories. Now, if what DHHS says is true, none of these definitions are necessary. Just take it all out and say you can sell wherever you want, whenever you want. But not knowing that at the time, we created the function which would even allow private chefs and caterers to make meals in their home, because right now the only way they are exempt, or a private chef is exempt from licensure, is where they make the food. They make the food in their client's residence. They're not allowed to prep it at home, and this would allow that to happen as long as they maintain temperature control in transporting it to their client's location. Then it was food safety protocols that I thought was important, that it be in law rather than in rule. And so an artisan food product means all food, including but not limited to soft beverages, low acid, acidified, and fermented food that's produced by an artisan food operation only within the home kitchen of a person's primary residence. If canned using the appropriate canning method. So this is important because there's water bath canning, there's pressure canning, and depending on the type of food, depends on which method you use for food safety. We also included a disclaimer that this section shall not absolve a producer from liability. This allows delivery by a third-party carrier. It allows telephone, internet sales. And again, in section A12, Roman 3C, if potentially hazardous artisan products are transported before final delivery to the consumer or third-party vendor, the food shall be maintained at an appropriate temperature during transport, cannot be transported more than once, and cannot be transported for longer than 2 hours, and after reaching its final destination shall be maintained at an appropriate temperature at all times thereafter. So if you want to put a refrigerated display case in a retail store that features your cheesecake, this would apply. You certainly wouldn't want to be transporting cheesecake, selling it to California, for example. So then I took on the word on sampling, and throughout the amendment, you'll see the word sampled, sampled, sampled. Because in the published guidance by UNH says that you can't sample unless you cut whatever it is into bread into pieces and put it into a plastic cup with a cap. And I'm sorry, but Sam's Club doesn't even do that. They lay it out on a napkin. And I think that single serve spoons for jellies on a cracker, that's just a widely accepted method of sampling. If I had award-winning chili that I was selling at an event, I'd probably use an inverter, bring my crock pot with the hot chili in it, and I'd have it in deli containers in a cooler with ice. And so I sent a photo array that gives an example of a agricultural vendor who does this at events. So if they can do it, if they can sell potentially hazardous food at events, why can't a homemade food producer? So then came the statements on the labels that if it's low acid, acidified, or fermented, it should be clearly labeled with refrigerate after opening. But if it requires maintaining time and temperature control for safety, I think I invented this statement. I've never seen it in the marketplace in my life, but it would say consume immediately or refrigerate after purchase. After purchase, eat it now or get it home into a refrigerator. That tells you it's perishable. It should be on every hamburger container that you don't leave it in the back seat for 8 hours and eat it. So I was really proud of that. And I am the former manager of our family bakery. We had a wholesale retail bakery in Northern Virginia. And so I've been in the food business on and off throughout my life. It allows offering for sale out of bulk containers. In other words, if you have a cake, you can have it in a pan and you can serve on a napkin and people can consume it where they are. You must have a placard that's displayed at the point of sale if you're not going to do a label. And then you also have to have your information, your ingredients, etc., on your website. And if you sell by telephone or custom order, you have to orally disclose allergens, ingredients, fact that it's made in a residential unlicensed kitchen as well. Now, you'll see that there's a statement may contain allergens rather than listing the allergens. The average homemade food producer doesn't necessarily know there are 9 major allergens. And there is a risk of cross-contamination. If you're making peanut butter cookies in the same kitchen with your chocolate chip, you want people to know that chocolate chip cookie, may have been cross-contaminated with peanut butter, not to serve it to children, or if you have a food allergy. In other words, be very careful before you buy a homemade food. Look at the ingredients. One homemade producer put lactose as an allergen. And for the life of me, I couldn't understand why. Lactose is a sugar that comes from milk, but it's not listed by the government as a major allergen. And she also put oatmeal as an allergen. And I don't see that oatmeal is listed as an allergen. So I don't want to leave it to the homemade food producer to know what these major allergens are. And I think all products coming out of a home kitchen should say may contain allergens. Also, if the product contains alcohol, it has to be produced in accordance with RSA 175:5-A, which says has certain restrictions. The product you have to get the alcohol from a New Hampshire liquor store. It cannot contain more than 6% alcohol by volume. And you can't serve it to children, people under 21, if the temperature is 61 degrees or something like that. It's kind of strange, but I thought it was important to reference because in the record request I got back from HHS, one of the complaints concerned a product that contained alcohol. So I thought it was important. Local governments shall not regulate artisan food operations in a manner that is more restrictive than required by state or federal law. So we do have the self-inspecting cities. We have municipalities that issue permits, and we are opposed to these governments making up restrictive rules that are not necessary. Then I've asked the department to publish links to all the applicable laws and rules and remove broken links and outdated information that is just permeated all over the internet. It still has the sales cap. It still talks about this process review. On one hand, it says, yes, you can make jams and jellies over here, but no, you have to have process review, and then you might need a homestead food license, and I just can't make head nor tail of the published guidance that's out there. And then finally, under the Certified Food Protection Manager, homestead food operations are currently exempt, and it just changed the word to artisan food operation. And under rulemaking, it gives the department, again, the ability to create rules regarding the safe processing and handling of low-acid foods, dairy product, meat food products and byproducts, poultry and poultry food products and byproducts. I borrowed all that language from Rep. Coulon's bill, meaning no disrespect. I was trying to make House Bill 1685 include all the different language from both bills. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like Representative Brulard and Representative Sofakaitis to take their seats prior to us asking any questions. Do we have questions from the committee? Representative Creighton, sorry.
Hey, thank you so much for your detailed research and testimony. Having looked at the other bill and been part of the discussion this morning, it seems to me we have two pretty much similar bills. Which one, in your opinion, would be more applicable and why?
I believe that 1565, well, on one hand, if what HHH says is true, that you can sell homemade, shelf-stable, homemade foods anywhere and everywhere, all right? That's essentially what Representative Coulon's bill says, in addition to the poultry, meat, dairy products. And I'm good with that. Anything that allows food freedom, I'm good with that. But interviewing people who are confused by the law. I feel they need a little bit more information, a little bit more step-by-step, more thorough information, because it's going to be peer pressure, it's going to be event managers, it's going to be retail food stores that are looking to have those products comply with the law. And I really think I combined both bills, because Institute of Justice provided much of the language in both bills, but I went further to be more clear, because to me that 1565 is, to me, vague. It says licensed restaurants and grocery stores. And so one thinks, well, they said licensed, restaurants and grocery stores. Is that the only place I can sell? So I know I'm a regulatory nut. I served on our advisory board in Virginia. I was appointed to a 4-year term. I helped promulgate rules and laws relative to the private investigator industry. So I like it to be clear and concise, and I think that mine is.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. On page 2 of your amendments, where you're referring starting at lines 3 through 8, can you explain to me how the language that you're proposing versus the federal language under the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act may or may not?
I missed that.
Can you explain to me how the language you are proposing under lines 3 through 8 on page 2 may or may not conflict with the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act?
I got to the word conflict. I couldn't hear you, ma'am. Representative, I couldn't hear
Do I need to turn up my microphone?
after the word.
Maybe, I don't know, or speak closer to the mic.
Sure. I was just asking how, is that better? How the language that you proposed in those lines may or may not conflict with the federal Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act.
I'm unfamiliar with that bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you repeat the name of that bill or act?
It's the Bill Emerson Good Samaritan Act.
Do you know when that was adopted at all?
I can go back and look as early as 1996, I think, and then it may even go back further than that, but it is
Okay.
still federally recognized.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, thank you for that lengthy and thorough introduction, going bit by bit through this. I appreciate you pointing out important aspects of this bill. Next, I would like to call Colleen Smith and Katrina Hansen from DHHS to come and speak.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Colleen Smith. I'm with the Department of Health and Human Services, the administrator for the Food Protection Section, and I'm joined again by Katrina Hansen, who is our Chief of Infectious Disease Surveillance with the department, and she would be happy to answer any questions related to foodborne illness.
Before you continue, just interested to know if you were familiar with the amendment that Representative Elward presented.
I did receive a copy of the amendment after presentation of the last bill, so
Okay.
I had an opportunity to peruse it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I won't repeat many of our talking points that we used in previous testimony for 1565. I did just want to highlight to the committee the definition of a temporary event. So that is, or an occasional food service event. Those are not inspected or licensed in the state's jurisdiction, but I do want to recognize that many of the self-inspecting cities and towns, they do a temporary permit or an occasional permit. So some of those food services are still under some inspection. So just wanted to make sure the committee was aware of that, and that if this legislation were to pass, those communities would not be allowed to regulate those events under a temporary permit. The bill as written will make regulation very, very difficult. While it does allow the department to do rulemaking and to have a fine with non-compliance, it's already very difficult for us to enforce the standards for existing homestead regulations, because many of these products are offered direct from the home or at farmers markets or venues that we typically don't regulate. As has been mentioned in previous testimony, we do receive consumer complaints and we do react to those, but it is often difficult to do enforcement. We have no licensing ability of those. We can't hold a license back for non-compliance. It's very, very difficult. We're really relying on the producer to act in accordance with the law on their own accord. Once homestead licensing was removed, it does make our enforcement very, very difficult. So I just wanted to highlight that to the committee, and this to us would make a more risky situation by allowing, again, higher risk foods that do require refrigeration for safety, or canned foods that have a higher risk at making someone sick if produced in a manner, in an unsafe manner. Certainly, there is an obligation when providing food to the public to ensure it's safe. We do ask that homestead operations, or any operation that is not using a standardized recipe, that it's in their best interest to conduct a process review. This is an assurance that this product and their process has been reviewed by a food safety professional to give them good advice. This, again, the consequences of improperly processing, especially an acidified or low acid food, could be deadly. And it really, making food for the public should have some food safety responsibility that comes with that. Our work is preventative. We are instilling regulations in place to prevent foodborne illness, and this legislation, if passed, would it would really make that very, very difficult for us to enforce. And I'm happy to take any questions.
I have a question, and that is, so community food banks where they have meals for the community, people who are looking for, meals that are those kitchens, are those community food kitchens regulated and licensed?
So by statute, soup kitchens are exempt from our food licensing and inspection. We do try to provide best guidance on good, safe practices, but it's not enforceable. Also, I want to mention just UNH Extension, they do a free food safety training for anyone that's working in a food pantry or similar establishment.
So seeing as these food kitchens, soup kitchens are providing possibly, whatever the languages for possibly dangerous foods to a great number of people on a daily basis. How is that different from, say, another person wanting to offer their culinary foods to the public?
So what I can offer is that I wouldn't say that it's a risk-free situation. I think there is a gap there, that there isn't oversight on these particular venues. But as I mentioned, by statute, they're exempt from our license and inspection.
Do you believe they should be inspected?
I believe that they should I believe that they should have the best information available from food safety practices. These situations can be a little, they might not fit in the box of the same box, regulatory box as our normal retail stores and or restaurants, and that they might not have a consistent staff, but I'm sure that there always could be benefit from education opportunities and, you know, just to make sure refrigerators are working correctly. There's a lot of difficulty around that. I think that's an issue that merits further exploration for sure.
So do you also require licensing for like senior centers who have lunches provided? That
So
they offer lunches?
So senior meal sites, they do fall under our licensing.
Oh, they do. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you could take a look with me, you have the amendment before you. Okay. So on the first page, lines 26, and I'm just wanting to make sure I'm interpreting. There's a strike through on the word event, and I wasn't clear if that was referring to like a single function or if this meant like an extreme, flooding or weather type of event where there would be, because it's under imminent health hazard. So I was curious to know how that word is interpreted there. Is that around a natural disaster, or is it more like a?
So we would prefer that term event stay in place, because an event in and of itself could create a imminent health hazard. You have overcrowding and the restrooms are no longer functional and you have sewage backup. An event could contribute to a imminent health hazard.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm curious if you have any evidence that connects foodborne illness with homestead food products in New Hampshire.
Sure, thank you for your question. So, as I mentioned on the previous testimony, is sometimes it's very challenging to directly link food items consumed to a respective illness, just by the nature of the time period it can take from someone to acquire and eat that food. It can take 3 to 5 days for some, depending on the bacteria that you're looking at, to be ill, but it could also be very quick if it's a toxin. So usually people will be sick and then it will take a period of time before they even seek health care. So it can be a week or 2 weeks. Recall bias, or being able to remember what you ate at that time, is very challenging. We do foodborne interviews. So if we do get a case that comes in, we investigate and we interview individuals who are ill, or a medical proxy. So for example, if it's a parent of a child, and we do those interviews and we collect a food history depending on what we think the particular illness may be, so we can try to identify or pinpoint that item. However, if it's been 2 weeks or a week after their illness, it is very hard for us to acquire specimens from human specimens, so stool specimens, to be able to then also link that directly to a particular food item. Typically, food items are discarded within a certain period of time. That said, we have not identified very many linked directly to homestead foods, but I think that's also because most of the items right now that are available that can be sold by homestead foods are lower risk. Whereas this bill proposes homestead foods that may be higher risk, such as meats and cheeses, and other prepared foods that have higher risk of cross-contamination and are directly or more directly linked to outbreaks when we do see them. I hope that answered your question.
Follow up? Yeah. That sounds like a no to me. Am I hearing you correctly?
No, we don't have any. Over the last 2 years, when we looked compared to homestead foods, we did not see any directly linked. But just because you don't see the data doesn't mean that they're not there. We also do know that there's vast underreporting of enteric illness, because most people don't seek medical care to be able to really confirm etiology if they have an enteric illness.
Thank you.
And have you experienced any foodborne illness reports from soup kitchens?
I'm trying to think back into my memory banks of when I started here, and looking back at our outbreak tracking. Not particularly that I can think of to soup kitchens. We have at various outbreaks and events reported from restaurant locations, several either events such as like pig roasts and community events, to also maybe not really church suppers, but other types of events where people congregate and have brought food in. And then also bring the food items home and also share it with their family members who may not even also been present there. So we have seen kind of secondary transmission in other outbreak events where people have brought food in. And then also sometimes secondary transmission from individuals who have an infectious disease, and individuals can have person-to-person contact after.
Thank you.
I'd have to go look further back, though, to provide you specific data to that, though.
Okay. Representative Bixby, you're next, and then Representative Murray.
So I guess this is sort of a follow-up on that. So just you have seen evidence of things that like church suppers, that sort of community event. How prevalent are those?
It's a good question. We just completed some data requests for the past two years. Majority of the outbreaks we've seen are person-to-person, typically norovirus-like illnesses, but we have seen other illnesses like salmonella, and I believe so one was associated with an outbreak, and I think another two were associated with maybe potentially, I think, raw milk at the time, or exposure to animals as well. We do also track quite a few national outbreaks as well, related to either produce or other items that have been shipped across state lines.
Okay.
Representative Bixby, follow up.
So I'm just trying to break that down a little bit more. It sounds like some fraction of the contagion at those community events has to do with them being communal events. So congregate, you get a lot of people in the same place, and some of them may have to do with contamination of the food itself. That may have been the result of bad preparation or bad handling. Do you have any sense of what the breakdown of that is?
I don't in front of me. We can look into that. We'd have to look back at quite a lot of number of years of data. There are several outbreaks in recent history where it did look like it was cross-contamination due to people-to-people interaction, but we have had pretty clear instances where there was a contaminated food product due to handling, holding temperature issues, and also pretty rapid illness because of toxin that people ingested that food later on. I'm thinking of like a turkey dinner, for example, where individuals later on ate that, and we did have pretty clear evidence that it was due to food practice and food handling.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. One of the questions I had was around the mobile food units, and I was curious to know whether or not are those something we currently license and track? And it's mentioned a few times throughout the bill, so I just was curious as far as how that fits in this conversation.
So we were a little unclear as to if it does exempt mobile units from a food license. We were understanding that to be only those that were serving food made in an artisan kitchen and not all mobile food units, but that was something we were a little bit unclear with the wording of the bill as proposed.
Follow up, yeah.
Thank you. And the other question that I had was around products like kombuchas or other types of fermented products that might be there. Would that be on line 4D, 28, 29, 30? Is that page 4 on the amendment? Yes, please. Is that considered a high acid food, a low acid food? I'm just trying to educate myself on where those would sit.
So kombucha is we regulate that as a beverage product.
Okay.
It does require some review by an authority, because what can happen with kombucha is it can become alcoholic over time, and so the producer would need to make sure that they formulated it in a way that they either marketed it as an alcoholic beverage or that it didn't start as non-alcoholic but due to the ongoing fermentation become an alcoholic product over time.
Any other questions? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out where we go with this comparison of being able to produce food for something like a church supper or other community event like that, where and that's maybe a bake sale or something, that's allowed because of its nonprofit nature, but it seems like in terms of the actual food safety issues, there may be fewer food safety issues with someone who's uh, creating a relatively small number of meals in their home kitchen and then selling those to neighbors. So I'm wondering where does that fall? Am I right in thinking that the producing a few meals for a fee for your neighbors might be a lower risk thing than a church supper?
You know, I think it's all about it comes down to the greater the volume of food you're producing, there will likely be higher risk. You're either feeding more people, you're having to cook larger amounts of food, store larger amounts of food. So it's hard to parse whether a few meals for what a few meals for your neighbors translates. Do they equate? Because occasional food services and temporary events are exempt from our statute. It doesn't mean that there's not food safety risks associated with those. I mean, our fairs in our Deerfield Fair, for example, there is no inspection and licensing of the vendors there. It's exempt from our statute. Doesn't mean that there's not food safety risks associated with it, but it's something that's allowed.
Follow up.
So if we were to add something to this bill that would limit the total number of meals in some way that could be produced under this exemption, would that make it, would you be more comfortable with it?
I think we would be open to talking in a study manner on, but opening up to the type of food that can be produced. It's it's going to introduce more risks in the current situation. And again, our concern is without any license or registration process for vendors, our enforcement is really will be very, very difficult, if at all.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray. I thought you had a question. No? Representative Haskins. Oh, the hand was over there, and then you're next. Oh, okay.
I just had another comment to add to that. I think it also depends on the particular food product being produced and being high risk or lower risk, and particularly around acidified foods or fermented foods could be very high risk to botulism, which, though it's very rare, and it's very rare since we've had any cases in New Hampshire, there are still around 19 to 20 or so cases reported each year. And botulism is a very severe disease. It requires incredible fast medical and public health response to the point to treat someone with suspected botulism. We do get suspected cases reported in. We have to immediately coordinate that response with the Centers for Disease Control for antitoxin. So if you have even just a handful of people that then had a canned product that could be risky for botulism, we'd have to coordinate that response pretty rapidly. So I think it depends on also the illness and then the food that could be prepared.
Yeah, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hanson, one of the things I'm struggling with, because I think this is a very serious topic, and I'm trying to educate myself, but the data that we have is all that we know of, and I'm thinking about the scientific statement that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So I'm assuming that it's your concern that we would have more cases and more data if we remove some of the restrictions that are currently in place. Is that true?
That's correct. I think you said it better than I did, so thank you.
Thanks. Representative Boschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think to kind of piggyback on that question is, although we don't have specific evidence for all the reasons you stated, is there any way for the department to make an educated guess? Can you speculate, which of course isn't evidence, but I don't know if that's something that you have and if there's anything that you do with that information right now?
Sure. So I don't have all of the data in front of me, so I couldn't bring it to this table right now, but we'd be happy to look back at all of our data. I can leave this later. It's our monthly communicable disease report. It's only by counts by year, so it's not getting to the nuance level that you want. But we can pull data based on the type of pathogen, so whether it's STEC or E. coli or Salmonella, and potential risk that may have led to that illness. But it is important to mention that individuals may have multiple exposures. So just because one person had an exposure to a food, they may have also been exposed to their pet or even a pet food product. So it is hard to really pinpoint exactly. We're more likely to get that if there is an outbreak or a national outbreak where there's more data that can really substantiate those claims, and then also be able to link laboratory evidence. But we can look back at that, and we'd be happy to do that for you. It will take a little bit of time, but we have epidemiology staff on hand that could do that.
Representative Murray.
I just wanted to, if I heard you correctly in your most recent testimony, when you're talking about potentially pet transmitted, are you talking about potentially like raw pet foods or things that contain like meat or fish that are raw?
So a lot of these enteric pathogens are also zoonotic in nature. So a lot of our illnesses that we have and infectious diseases are often zoonotic, where not only ourselves as humans can we get infected, but also our animals can, or vice versa. If we are there's been actually pet food implicated outbreaks and recalls with pet food as well. So if an individual gets salmonella, for example, we'll do a food history interview, but we also ask about pet exposures. So that's just one thing that we look to as a potential reason where someone may have become ill.
So I'm, again, interested to know if the department knows, for some of these other states that have lifted some of the restrictions on the foods that have been produced and sold by artisans or homestead people, farmers, whatever. If you have seen an uptick in people getting sick or poisoned or ingesting botulism or whatever, have you as a department seen any of that evidence in other states that have relaxed their food licensure laws?
Certainly we can query those specific states. I did see some data from Wyoming once they passed their food freedom. In particular, it was illnesses associated with raw milk consumption that their cases definitely had a spike after their food freedom law was enacted. As to the other states that have been mentioned in this testimony, we could specifically query those, but I do know that some of them are very recent, so there might not be a lot of data available.
And I'll add to that, I also just briefly looked at Wyoming, and they've seen an increase, and I believe it was Salmonella and STEC, but I'd have to look back again, over the past 2 years, 2020 to 21. But again, that data is not all the way up to date, so I think we'd have to look back to see, and then particular reasons for that. But it does look like they've also seen an increase of some of enteric pathogens.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have two. Some of the data that you've been citing with salmonella outbreaks and botulism outbreaks, are those specific to New Hampshire, or were they national numbers?
Sure, thank you. So most of the ones I've spoken about are for New Hampshire. For what I mentioned, 19 or so cases. I think that was 2018 or 19. That's reported national numbers. So that's the 19 is national. New Hampshire, I don't believe we haven't seen a botulism case related to food for over 15 years. We have had a couple infant botulism cases over the past. I think one was in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Second question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you again. And you mentioned that there were some people that you had to go out and speak to regarding foodborne illnesses. Do you see, once you talk to those folks, do you see a repeat in their behavior, or is it usually from someone else?
That's a really good question. Typically, it's new individuals, so it may not be from their own food prep or their own behavior. We do so just for awareness for the committee, how we conduct investigations. If there is a complaint that comes in, we will follow up on that with our colleagues at Food Protection, or we will get laboratory reports from healthcare providers suspecting an enteric or waterborne or other pathogen that's under our statute, RSA 141C. Once we receive that, we do conduct interviews of those individuals or a medical proxy of all their risk history. And the foodborne questionnaires are incredibly lengthy. They're about 4 to 5 pages long, and could take about a half an hour to an hour to go through those.
Does the department, DHHS, do they provide any kind of classes or online education for people who are seeking to produce food?
So we do have a Food Safety 101. It's a 20-minute video available on our website. And we also work very closely with UNH Cooperative Extension. They have several what they call SAFE. They're free classes that they can attend online for not only farmers market vendors, those that work in food pantries or soup kitchen environments, or those that are producing food. They also have those educational opportunities available through Extension.
Okay, so would it be a good idea to require people who want to produce any kind of artisan foods or homestead foods, rather than require any kind of licensure, to require them to have a food safety class of some sort?
So I think that would be a great idea. I think the problematic part of it would be, how do we enforce that and keep track that somebody has actually taken that class, and then what happens if they still continue to produce food and they haven't taken the class? I think the idea has great merit, but it would be very, to put it other than an honor system that someone's doing it and tasking enforcement without some kind of licensure or registration process, it would be really difficult for us to monitor and know that that's actually taken place.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bixby.
So a possible parallel might be the mushroom foraging program, which I think is now up and running, or the meat and the chicken and the poultry and rabbit program, which also provides a level of certification, but does not have a whole lot of department eyes on.
So the mushroom foraging, that program, they do have a license that's required. So it's a 5-year license, so that we do have a licensing provision, and then we do have an educational provider through University of New Hampshire who's agreeing to do the educational piece, but there is a licensing component with that. The poultry and rabbits, poultry and rabbit producers are required to register with the Department of Agriculture if they choose to sell to licensed restaurants.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for helping us out with your testimony today. Again, I would call Keen Meng Wong from DRA.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Keen Meng Wong, Tax Policy Counsel with the New Hampshire Department of Revenue. The department does not have a position on this bill. However, just wanted to highlight a potential concern on the language on the licensing, similar to the language that I highlighted in HB 1565. HB 1685 also has a similar language regarding the exemptions of licensing. I do not have the amended bill. I only have the as introduced bill. It's on page 4, lines 23 through 24. This is in regards to artisan food operations, and it says that they are exempt from all licensing laws in this state. So in that sense, this would also would be exempting these artisan food operations from the M&R license.
Any questions from the committee? Thank you. We'll take that under advisement as we look at possible future amendments to this bill.
Thank you.
But We certainly wouldn't want to begrudge DRA from collecting rooms and meals tax.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Call Megan Forbes from Institute for Justice. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for the opportunity to testify in support of this bill. I'm not going to repeat the points that I made earlier, but I just want to say again that we support this bill as a way to safely create economic opportunity and expand economic liberty for home-based food producers. I just wanted to stress again that 7 states have enacted similar laws that allow for the sale of perishable food, and some have been around for several years now, Wyoming's being the oldest that's been around now for 9 years. So in terms of food safety issues, if there were a serious food safety issue, you would think that we would see some food safety issues at this point. And we haven't. We've talked with the health departments in those states, and we haven't seen them yet related to food that's sold from a home kitchen. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Yeah. Do you know if any of the other states that have enacted these kinds of pieces of legislation require artisan food makers to take any kind of food safety courses or classes?
Madam Chair, yes. Every state is different. A couple of states have required serve safe food handler training for selling food that requires refrigeration or potentially hazardous food. Food requiring time or temperature control for safety. One example is Oklahoma. Oklahoma's law has been around for a few years now. And in Oklahoma, if you're selling shelf-stable food, you do not have to complete the serve safe training. But if you're selling potentially hazardous food, you do. And notably, Oklahoma doesn't have a license requirement, but to qualify for the exemption to sell potentially hazardous food, you have to complete that serve safe food handler training.
Okay, that's interesting. Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Could you maybe speak a little bit about economies of scale? Because we do seem to be conflating the distribution footprint of like a kitchen-based business and an industrial size retail operation.
Representative Coulon, yes, I'm happy to talk about that. As I mentioned earlier, these are small-based producers. We often see producers preparing a few meals. They're selling a limited amount of food. It's very, very difficult to sell a lot of food from a home kitchen. The home kitchen is naturally limiting in its own way. And as we heard before from the department, it's really the larger scale of food where you start to see more opportunities for foodborne illness come in. So I think that plays into why this is so safe.
Representative Bixby.
So do any of the states that currently have the more open laws on this have any sort of restriction in terms of the total number of meals sold per week or anything like that?
Representative, yes. Some states do and some don't. Most don't. But occasionally we'll see gross sales cap, which New Hampshire recently repealed. I'll give you an example. Iowa does not cap shelf-stable food. But if you sell food that's potentially hazardous, there's a $50,000 gross sales cap to limit the food that's potentially hazardous. Wyoming, though, has no sales cap. I don't think North Dakota has a sales cap. So it really depends on the state. And what we've seen in reality is that sales caps of $75,000, $100,000 don't really limit home-based food producers because they're not making that much to begin with. So they rarely come close to that cap.
Anyone else? No other questions. Thank you very much. I wonder if you might provide the committee with some information of just brief features of each of the states that have introduced these kinds of bills. As you know, for instance, those that do have a cap on potentially dangerous foods, those who require food safety training, that kind of thing. I'd be interested to see how each of those states have measured up on that. Do you have any kind of data available on that?
Yes, sure. We'd be happy to compile that information for you. We do have all that data and we could get it to you very quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions from the committee, I would like to have the blue sheet. And on the online, sorry? Oh, for the online testimony submissions, we had 19 people in support of this bill and 8 people opposed. And on the blue sheet, we had 1 person in favor. With that, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1685. And I can give the committee a couple of minutes if you want to go stretch your legs or something. And then we can begin our full committee work session. Anybody want a few minutes just to? Yeah, okay, take a few minutes.
Looking at some of the testimony, there's a good number of them that are for a different bill that talk about skies and pollution.
Okay.
So I don't know if that count is correct.
Yeah,
or
okay.
if they went somewhere else.
Right,
Wanna
right,
let
right.
you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Good
Yeah,
number
and I want to go in order with them. And maybe if we spend about 20 minutes on each, or if we know around that ballpark, so that we are not here until 7 o'clock. I think the building closes at 5, so. Why don't we start with HB 1293? And I believe, so relative to prohibiting the use of certain fertilizers using phosphorus, I believe Representative Bixby, you've been working with a number of different parties from Department of Agriculture, DES, Farm Bureau too, I think.
Yes.
And so what have you got? What are you working on? And what are some of the things that need to be fixed with this bill?
Okay, so one of the questions that came up during our hearing was, are there things in this bill that would affect anything other than lawns and turf? And the short answer to the answer to that is, as written, there may be. However, as intended, there should not be. So, so the bill was intended to be really focused on runoff from lawns. So that's one thing that needs to be dealt with in the amendment. What I did looking into the bill was I talked to Alan Wyman at the Department of Agriculture and Markets and Food, because this is his territory to work with. And we came to a few sticking points in terms of what the bill was trying to do. But we did talk about some of the issues with the ways that the definitions were set up, and that needs to be changed a bit. And Director Wyman directed me to Ted Deers, who is here from DES today. Thank you for coming in. Ted gave me a lot of good information about what parts of the bill as written were effective, what were problematic, what should be changed in order to really get the focus entirely on preventing runoff from lawns. And I also spoke with Courtney Eschbach at OLS and pointed out some of the problems that I was having in terms of trying to figure out how the bill was put together. And one of the things she pointed out was that there are too many definitions in the bill. We don't need most of them because they're reiterated in the text. There needs that any definitions need to go into a previous section of the chapter of law, not in section 431 4B, which is where most of the bill is currently targeted. And the just for information, 431 4A and 4B were put in back in 2013 specifically for protecting water quality, and they deal with A deals with nitrogen, B deals with phosphorus. They're both really about what gets put on lawns, except the way that they were written has to do with what is sold. And one big change with this bill is how it's used. And the existing law puts the onus entirely on the retailers and the manufacturers in terms of selling what they can sell for what purpose. This bill changes that so that it says the owner or maintainer of a lawn needs to follow a particular set of practices in order to avoid putting too much nutrients on their lawn and having them run off. One of the key aspects of that is that there is absolutely no way that anyone in state government is going to be able to enforce what any one homeowner or lawn maintenance person is doing with which bags of fertilizer. It is so the key part of this bill is really the education piece. And there is that education piece that has a bit of text that needs to be posted near the fertilizer section. I think that the actual text shouldn't appear in the bill. I think that parameters for the text should, and then the actual text should be done by department rulemaking so that it's a little bit more flexible. If they realize, oh, this isn't quite as effective as we thought it was, then they can tweak it. And then that educational material will be posted in retail locations where fertilizers are sold so that people will be educated about how, which fertilizer they should use on their lawn and how to avoid putting on too much. So I think that education part is really critical. So I'm going to be working with Mr. Deers and Mr. Wyman and also Eric Sautel, who is here from the Farm Bureau, and OLS to come up with an amendment that moves things into the right parts of the chapter, excludes the parts of the bill that are not really effective, and really focus the bill on what the definitions of what you can put on your lawn are, and how we can get that information out to the public.
Thank you, Representative Bixby. And I did appreciate the email that I received from Mr. Sawtell. Had a lot of really good edits in this document, and I hope that you'll consider those in your amendment. And also, I mean, I was not a real fan of making our retail establishments separate bags of fertilizer and put one in one place and one in another. I think that that's kind of a burdensome thing. Especially if they don't have the space to do these kinds of activities. And I hope that that kind of thing is not going to be included.
Right. So we can avoid the separate locations part of it. The most important thing is having the signage there saying, this is what you should be putting on your lawn. This is what you shouldn't be putting on your lawn.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bixby, for really doing a lot of legwork on this. My thought is that we should put in there, depending on how you're drafting this, that agriculture as defined by RSA 2134A should be exempt from anything in this bill, because we are already guided on how we can apply fertilizer, when we can do it, et cetera, and all our setbacks. And I don't think that the agricultural community should have to be looking to another area for their laws.
That actually was included in Mr. Sawtell's edits.
Yeah.
So he referenced that.
So the only by putting it into 431 4B, 4A, and 4B, and making sure that the language in those two sections is really specific to lawns, that will avoid the bleed over into agriculture. The one place where there may be some ambiguity is for golf courses and for sod farms. And for both of those, I'll be putting in something that says that those operations need to have a nutrient management plan, and if they have a nutrient management plan, then they are exempt from the conditions otherwise. There was also some question about frozen ground, and Mr. Sawtell pointed out very appropriately that 4 or 5 to 6 inches of frozen ground probably isn't actually the right measurement. If the ground is frozen to 1 inch, you get just as much runoff as if it's frozen to 5 inches. So it's a matter of, if it's less than 1 inch, you might have some fluctuation during the day. So late in the season, if it's if you have half an inch frozen in the morning and then and then it warms up during the day, it might not be problematic to spread fertilizer if we're talking about, say, mid-April, and you already have grass starting. But the most important thing is that you don't put nutrients down when there are no plants to take them up. So that's something that a principle that I'll also be paying attention in terms of putting this together.
So is your intention to also strike out the dates or months that were mentioned in the bill?
I think I'm going to consult with Mr. Deers and Mr. Sawtelle about whether the appropriateness of those dates, because I think that some dates might be appropriate to have some dates, but I want to make sure I'm getting the right one. So I'm going to talk to people who are familiar with this.
Okay, Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Bixby, I agree with the direction you're taking this thing. One question I have is the signage. Is that a consumer or is that a retail owner responsibility to purchase? Does the state provide those, and how are they paid for? What's your thoughts on that?
So what I took a look at a couple of other states, and Maryland has some very nice signs that they have available as PDFs on their website that can be printed at different sizes. And I think that might be the way to go, because I think that printing out a few sheets of 8.5 by 11 is not a huge financial burden, as long as the design doesn't require any particular work. So
Roger.
the department would make the signs, and then they could be printed out by retailers.
Roger, thank you.
Okay, Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the direction that you're taking, and I think this is a good first step. But interestingly enough, there was an article in the Boston Globe this morning that says EPA study finds almost no progress in river stream pollution. And there's a statement that says, for decades, federal and state officials have struggled to control farm runoff, the biggest source of nutrient pollution that is not typically federally regulated. And I'm thinking, this isn't obviously the bill for it, but I think sometime down the road, we might want to start at least maybe doing a study committee or looking into that.
Yes, so I actually happen to have read that article as well, and it was really focused largely on Midwestern states. And I think that the one thing that UNH has been doing a lot of work on is studying nutrient management in agricultural lands in the state of New Hampshire, and doing a certain amount of monitoring and looking at patterns. And I think that we can reach out to UNH to find out if there are generalized practices in the state that need to be modified in order to account for that, or if we're actually doing fairly well on that on the agricultural end. So I think that this is one thing where state-specific information is really critical.
Representative Murray.
Thanks for taking my question. This is actually for Mr. Sawtelle, am I able to do that?
Sure, I invite Mr. Sawtelle up to the microphone, if you may take a question or two. And I want to thank you so much for your document that you sent along with edits to this bill. They were helpful. Representative Murray.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So my question for you was around I think it was around the percentage available of phosphate, and you had mentioned that there might have been some contradicting language around it.
Yes, and well, two things. First, that level is no longer, that 0.67% is no longer the level that probably we should use if we're going to change the RSA. It should be 0.5. And the section that you're talking about, I think, is let me check here. In one place in the existing document, in 1F, you say phosphorus content or phosphate or phosphoric acid, whichever you use. And I would say that the same terminology should be used throughout the document. This, as if I recall from what Representative Bell said, this was a conglomeration of a number of different sources, and they all use different terminology. So if you just say available phosphorus, which is the title word used throughout the document, I think it would be less confusing to consumers. But in 1F, in the definition of phosphorus fertilizer, as written, it says content is greater than, and then in, I think, farther down in the section, let me find it. It also is it's in 1F and Roman 2. So Roman 2 says cannot be greater than. So which is it? Which do you want it to be? You've got a different terminology in there, and I think just the wording, the word not greater than was left out. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I can just give a little bit more clarification in terms of what process I'm going to use for that. There's an organization called it's AAFPCO or some combination of those letters it's an organization of industry groups and academic groups that figure out what definitions make sense for fertilizer and soil amendments and soil conditioners, et cetera, for laws in states, and in order to basically get states to have very similar definitions in their laws. So they have a specific definition for no phosphate fertilizer, and I'm going to be working with Director Wyman, who has access to their proprietary list of definitions to come up with to get as many of the sort of nationally approved definitions as possible for the amendment.
Could I add one thing, Madam Chair?
Sure.
In that definition, I think it would behoove us to put in the RSA, particularly that what you are talking about is a level of expressed as P2O5, which is a chemical formula that doesn't appear in anywhere in the current legislation. It just says available phosphorus, and if this is going to be an educational piece, I think that should be included in this so everybody's on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
Some places use the word phosphorus, some places use phosphate, some places use phosphoric acid. But if it's expressed as P2O5, which is the analysis, it's not what's in the soil, it's the analysis, that chemical formula does not occur in the soil, but that's what's in the bag.
Okay.
So just a little educational point beyond that, there's actually an awful lot of phosphorus in New England soils bound up in a non-soluble form. And a lot of that, some of that phosphorus can be made available to plants by various microbial activity, which is one reason that we don't need to put as much phosphorus on as a soil test might initially suggest. The P2O5 is a highly soluble form, which means that it's very rapidly available to the plants, but also can get washed away very rapidly if it's put on in excess.
In addition to that, if I might, the wording in Roman 5B, which would be the signage part, it says most New Hampshire soils provide enough phosphorus. That's not true. They may contain, but they don't necessarily provide it. And there's a myriad, as I pointed out somewhat in my email, there are so many different physical and chemical factors that determine how much is available to the plant. And that would be typically normally in one of a number of different orthophosphate forms. most of the commercial fertilizers sold, the synthetic fertilizers, are in either water soluble or citrate soluble orthophosphates. And those are much more available, as Representative Bixby said, to the plant. Key is don't put it on there if the plant's not growing. So maybe the term as far as having dates in there, the term should be during the growing season. Only applied during the growing season.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that varies from, I live in Lee, but the growing season a whole lot longer there than it is in Pittsburgh.
Point well taken. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the committee regarding this? So it looks like the direction we're going in with this bill, as Representative Bixby is working with these other parties, is that we seek to amend this bill. And I guess that's all. Yeah. Does anybody have any objection to this bill at all? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Representative Bixby, for your efforts working with several parties. Please let us know if there's anybody from the committee that you need assistance from. All right. Moving along to HB 1294, relative to prohibiting the state of New Hampshire from enforcing the regulations of the Environmental Protection Agency. That's 1294. Now we heard testimony about this bill. First of all, I'm interested to know if anybody's working on any kind of amendment on this bill. Oh, Representative Potenza, I see you wildly raising your hand. You go right ahead. Please speak on this then. What are you working on?
So I don't support the bill, but I understand the reason why it was put in, and as I spoke during testimony. So this is hard to navigate in a bill. There's constituents that are, of course, in Rochester, Somersworth, and in Dover that have that are kind of flipping out over this. So I'm trying to tackle this the best way in protecting overreach and, in a sense, city or municipal governments, town governments from signing on something that is going to tax the citizens of said town or city. So that's really where this is happening. It's a rain tax, every single person that was on this, I don't even know what you want to call it, commission study was signed by a city manager that put each city in a contract. So people's land, based upon how much land that they have, could get taxed for runoff, which is for rain. It's really insane. Representative Granger put in, let's just abolish it. Well, we can't do that. But so it's kind of been punted to me, and a constituent in Dover really wants me to work on it. So I'm close. Hopefully we'll be there soon.
Okay, so I just wonder if the amendment that you're working on would be considered a non-germane amendment or not. I mean, as the bill is written, certainly I think, I don't want to speak for anybody but me. I mean, I don't think that we can nullify the EPA, but I do believe that there is a problem in that the EPA has got some overreach here. They're mandating a community to do something probably based on data that's not real anymore, that's old, and it's a huge burden and cost to that community. So, that's my thought on that, and I don't know what you might be able to come up with. Now, Representative Germana, you had a comment, and then I'll have Representative Comtois.
Before you speak. So I just wanted to speak to germaneness, non-germaneness. So the contract is truly, it's through the EPA in a sense. So I think that, I've brought it up to the clerk. He feels it's germane because we're
I'm bringing it down, right? So we're saying not enforcing anything to not enforcing something that's very specific.
Okay.
So
Oh, so you have spoken to the clerk about it? Good. Thank you very much for doing that. Representative Germana, your comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I wanted to, kind of connecting to your point, Madam Chair, around data, what data we have, what data will be ultimately useful. And Representative Bixby and I had a conversation after that hearing with Representative Grassi from Rochester. He's familiar with these issues going back years. And one of the things that he pointed out was that there is a dispute over the methodology which is being used to determine the levels in the stream, and that the EPA is insisting on a particular methodology, which is when the body of water runs at its lowest level, which is when concentrations are going to be the highest, as opposed to obviously other times of year when you're talking about much lower concentrations. So I wonder, that led me to think that aside from legislation, that there's more to the issue here, that the state in its work with the EPA, Representative Grassi was saying that there are ways that the state would be able to apply a different methodology, and then the outcome is going to be different. But that requires, I think, and Representative Bixby might be able to, your memory may be better than mine with this, but the state would have to take over certain activities that are currently being done by the EPA in order for us to apply the methodology. So, I mean, that's something that I would like to see explored, because I think this is a real issue. I wish the bill had addressed the real issue. And I think that this question about how we determine the concentration is extremely important, and what the EPA does as opposed to what the state is able to do.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Granger brought this bill before us not to nullify the EPA, but to use it as a placeholder to educate this committee on this ongoing issue. I truly believe that is an incumbent upon this committee that we study this issue to get to the best possible solution for these communities. And it would be my recommendation to do an interim study on this bill.
Representative Bixby.
So I also recognize, I know that there is a real problem that is being responded to with this bill. The bill as written is not a good response to it. I think we all recognize that.
Yeah.
There are two things that come to mind. One is that this is something that clearly needs study. Another thing that comes to mind is that this is about a water quality issue, and it is not really the official purview of our committee. This would be that the people who are on the Resources Committee actually know this territory much better than we do. So that's a couple of thoughts. Another thing is that we have in the room right now someone from the Water Division at DES who might be able to give us a little bit more information about how this process is working, if he'd be willing to come up and speak. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Deers, would
Yeah.
you be willing
Please.
to?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Deers. Welcome to our
Thank you.
committee.
Thank you.
And enlighten us.
All right. So, for the record, my name is Ted Deers. I am the Assistant Director of the Water Division at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I have been working on Great Bay issues for about 20 years. So, I have some familiarity with the situation out there. And I will say that it is complex, as has been intimated, I think, through this discussion. And it's an interesting what I like to call the dance between the federal, state, local laws and regulations. So the basic story is this, is that in the early 2000s, we began measuring in a robust way nitrogen levels in Great Bay. Over the last 20 to 30 years, we've seen a dramatic decrease in the eelgrass, which is a fundamental part of Great Bay. We've also seen a dramatic loss of shellfish. About 98% of the original oysters that were in Great Bay are no longer there. We've seen a degradation of water quality in the rivers that flow into Great Bay with low dissolved oxygen, which is bad for fish. And we've seen other effects, such as increase of macroalgae, that is sort of nuisance algae that floats around in the bay. All of these things have some implication back to nutrients. So this is where we get to the conversation about nutrients and why it ended up probably in your committee. So the issue there is in phosphorus is a problem, which you were just talking about, largely in lakes and rivers. Nitrogen is a problem in estuaries and in the ocean. And so the challenge there is that, you know, nutrients are like, it's food, right? Everything needs food. If you're hungry and you eat one hamburger, you feel pretty good afterwards. If you're hungry and eat a dozen hamburgers, you don't feel so good afterwards. This is the same issue. And so in the Great Bay, as this started to become documented, well documented, they were looking at the relationships between nutrient levels. And we can get very much into the weeds if we want to talk about the difference between concentration and load, which is fundamentally the disagreement over the numbers that EPA has put forward. We can get to that later. But the issue really is how much is too much. And so understanding how much is too much has been a very complicated and difficult conversation for a dozen years or more. And there have been lawsuits. There's been cases that have gone through appeal. There have been all kinds of permits. And there's been basically a path put forward by EPA that we're on, and I think that's been referenced, that there is a permit. There is a nutrients permit for Great Bay. That nutrients permit is the result of the communities around Great Bay asking for a more flexible approach in meeting the reductions that EPA had deemed was necessary in order to restore the estuary back to its previous health. So what they basically did was said, okay, we'll give you a flexible approach. The flexible approach is this: either we can regulate your wastewater treatment plant to a very, very low level of nitrogen output, which is expensive, or you can take on other alternative ways of reducing your nutrient input. It could be from, protecting, restoring buffers along streams, which has an impact of reducing nitrogen. It could be dealing with septic systems in your community. It could be dealing with stormwater. A lot of communities have done a really good job with stormwater. Stormwater is probably about 30 to 40% of the nutrients which is reaching Great Bay comes from urban stormwater, urban runoff. That is runoff from your driveways, from your streets, from your lawns, all of those different activities. So the challenge, of course, is that this is monumentally expensive. If this were cheap, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So just the investments in wastewater alone, Portsmouth just did a $100 million upgrade. Exeter just essentially replaced their facility with a $50 million upgrade. Newmarket has tens of millions of dollars in upgrades, as does Durham, all of whom are trying to really reduce. Rochester's done a phenomenal job of reducing its nitrogen output from its wastewater treatment plant, largely by requiring turnkey landfill, which sends its leachate over to Rochester, for them to treat at the site with reverse osmosis. That's been really successful at getting lots of nasties out of the water. So all of this sort of comes together in that communities are now making these choices about how do they want to try to meet the permit limits. They can either do it through the wastewater treatment plant or they can choose alternative methods. And so the communities themselves got together. The communities got together to decide, how do we want to go about doing this? They formed an alliance, the Municipal Alliance for Adaptive Management. And so it's made up of the communities around Great Bay. And they've gotten together to fund a number of things. One of the things that they're funding is the science. That is the actual science of what is the right level. So how much is really too much? So that's really good. They're putting lots of money towards that. They're putting money towards best management practices. What are the best ways and the cheapest ways to get nitrogen out? And they're also putting money into just making sure that they do outreach together and that they push back on EPA together. And so, that's been an important part of this, is those communities interacting to make sure that they are getting their fair shake out of the federal government. So all of those are going on, and I would anticipate that if you were to go further with this, that you would probably want to hear from those communities directly, because they're the ones who are really impacted, and they're the ones who are largely have their own destiny in their hands at this moment. That permit, this general permit, is going to be reissued here in the next year or so. What we're seeing so far is that EPA is relatively pleased with the progress that's been made, and that general permit is likely to be reissued. At the same time, there's a huge NSF study, as well as some other funding that's gone into work at UNH, as well as, and the communities have been contributing to that on the orders of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, in order to get a better answer to this question of how much is too much. So that's going to be ongoing. And over the next couple of years, as that science is really completed and we have a much better understanding, somebody mentioned the data and the timing on the data and all of that. There's a lot of work going on right now. I'm hoping that over the next couple of years, before the reissuance of the permit again, that there will be an ability to be able to have a much better number, this idea of how much is too much. So I know that was kind of a whirlwind trip through the trials and tribulations of the nutrient issue on Great Bay for the last couple of decades, but that's kind of what got us here, and it is a pretty complex issue.
My question is, is the EPA asking for something that's unattainable?
That's a great question, and the answer is that EPA doesn't think so, and the Clean Water Act doesn't care. I'll be honest with you. The federal Clean Water Act says you're going to get to a certain point. If it is unattainable, then you can do only what you can do. But at this point, it's not clear that it's unattainable. And so those restrictions will, continue to be placed on the communities.
Are there exemptions that EPA will allow?
There are exemptions. There are exemptions that they put into these permits relative to how well the community, how hard is it for them to get there. They can put time extensions on things. They have been very flexible on some of those things. So yeah, there are some exceptions, but really those are, the Clean Water Act is relatively strict on how that works.
Because I know, in dealing with the federal government, especially in my towns where we're dealing with FEMA, for instance, and I know they're two totally different worlds, but, there are some things that a rural community can't deliver to FEMA when we're looking for reimbursement for flood damage or whatever. And we can work with them through Department of Homeland Security to sort of run interference for the small towns and rural communities that can't meet certain expectations by the federal government. And I'm wondering, is that what you guys in DES are doing to help these communities who are finding that some of these requirements from the EPA are too onerous and too expensive, that their tax base simply can't afford the kinds of things that EPA is requesting them to do? Do you guys run interference for that community to help them obtain some of these exemptions?
You bet. Thank you for the question. We definitely work very closely with the communities to try to get them the best shake that they can. We don't write the permit. EPA writes the permit. So we are in a position where we're, sitting in between the communities and EPA. That said, we have provided as much funding and as much flexibility on funding as we possibly can. Lots of loan forgiveness. We have $185 million of ARPA funds that we're currently putting towards water infrastructure in the state. Many of those dollars are going to the communities around Great Bay and in that watershed to be able to upgrade their facilities. Our SRF grants, we've done a lot of those, as well as with loan forgiveness there as well. So we're trying as hard as we can to fund to the best we can to help those communities to find the funding to do the work that they need to do.
I mean, because the bottom line is that the cost to doing these kinds of projects, and everybody wants clean water, everybody wants to have Great Bay look great and not be, problematic. But there has to be some kind of balance between what the communities can afford in terms of their taxation and what can be delivered in terms of trying to monitor and prevent, clean up, whatever the issues having to do with nitrogen. Representative Creighton.
Mr. Deers, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Deers, as always, it's nice to hear from you. It's
You're on
been
the other
a
side of the
while.
wall. What happened?
I don't know. You got lost somewhere. So as I read this bill, there's acute pain going on right now, and what you described to me is a process of give and take between local, state, and federal, and that it's painful, but they're going through it. But are you aware of why we have a bill in front of us saying to abolish the EPA?
Not
in the
really.
state of New
I
Hampshire?
sort of understood it had something to do maybe with Milton or Dover. I wasn't quite sure
Okay.
exactly what was
Fair
the,
enough.
the situation, and I'm happy to, hear more about that. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Question? Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I'm wondering is there something that you would need from the legislature in order to enable you to work better with this issue?
It's a good question. Money always helps. So there's a couple of decision points here. One is this idea of, how do we determine what that right level of nitrogen is? And it's a really seriously complex research question that is engaged, dozens of researchers right now. So certainly getting that through, that will help to inform whatever is the next permit. Just to explain sort of this in some rough terms, there's been serious controversy about what's actually causing the problem in Great Bay. Is it too much nutrients? Is it too much sediments coming out of the rivers into the Great Bay? Is it a combination of things? Which are the driving forces that are causing this to happen? Because it's this idea that certainly in all other estuaries that we know of around the world, if you put too many nutrients in, they cause bad things to happen. So that certainly has driven a lot of the permitting to date, is understanding that from other places, but understanding it better here. So that is one place in which, I think continuing to put pressure on to be able to get to those kinds of answers are fundamentally, at the end of the day, what will drive what's going to go into the next set of permits.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
So I guess my question to you would be, as far as I think I understood, you said UNH was undertaking some of the study on what causation versus correlation, I guess, to kind of talk about some things. When do you expect to see some of that data coming back to you?
Yeah, I expect that you're going to see some pretty significant papers coming out in the next year, because that really is what's going to, that's when that research is largely going to have some conclusions to it. And that will start a long process. I mean, because once you sort of understand what's a more appropriate level of nutrients that we should be shooting for, it's going to set off a whole chain reaction of, well, then how do you actually figure out who's responsible for that? And that will then take a while for that to get figured out. It's taken a long time to get to this point. It's going to take a while to get back out of it.
So then my question is, if we don't know specifically what's causing the problems in Great Bay, how does the EPA then come out and say, well, you have to do X, Y, and Z? If they don't know what the problem really is, why are they mandating us to do things that may or may not solve the problem?
Well, because they're pretty sure that they know what the problem is.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Representative Dutsey.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for taking my call. So when we had the public hearing, the message that I got from the people that spoke in favor of this bill was that they can't afford it, they don't want it, and there's no problem. Okay, and how, so I saw it as an issue of we don't want to be taxed for it. I'm not sure that that's clear, but I would say, in Nashua, where I live, we have combined sewer overflows. We've been, I think 35 years ago when they tore up my street, they took the stormwater, they've been doing that. We now have a charge every quarter for wastewater treatment. It costs us a lot of money to do that. So, I mean, if we have to do that in places like Manchester and Manchester and Nashua, then, why should rural communities be exempt from having clean water, having wastewater treatment facilities that meet specifications just because they don't think they can afford it? Is that what you're hearing as part of the argument? Because that seemed to come through to me when I heard it, and I'm not sure it's correct.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think the question is one of proportionality, right? That those who are the most responsible for the problem hold the greatest, responsibility to try to fix it. And what we know about Great Bay is that those communities which are closer into Great Bay bear more of the responsibility. So, the Dovers and Portsmouths and Exeters, they certainly have a great deal more of, if you look at nitrogen inputs, that's where more of it is coming from. So when you get out towards Milton and some of the other communities surrounding, what you do see is that what they're being required to do is much, much less than what those other communities are required to do right around the periphery of Great Bay. And so that you do see that proportionality, and that's really about kind of where is the source of this stuff coming from. I think, does that get at what you were saying? I'm sorry.
It just seemed to me like it was a tax issue, that I shouldn't have to pay for it. I'm not part of the problem, and I don't have any money anyway. But I mean, you can use that argument anywhere. But in Nashua, I mean, we just get billed for it. I mean, I don't really have a say about wastewater treatment. I mean, we have combined sewer overflows. It flows into the Merrimack River. We've got specifications and regulations that we have to meet. Okay, and it seems to me that other parts of the state, when they have these issues arise, they feel that they're being unfairly treated and that they should be exempt. And, I'm not sure why we would even want to consider a bill, and I know this is a misplaced bill, but why we would want to even consider a bill that would give priority over to a community when every other community in the state has to meet clean water and wastewater regulations.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, Representative Potenza, and I just, as a point of order too, that Representative Germana brought up, I know that we need to get a better background about what the problem is that this bill is purporting to solve. And I understand too that the committee is not, overall not in favor of any kind of nullification of the EPA, but we do need to have a good understanding of why, what the problem is. And if in constructing any kind of amendment that would address that problem, I think would be helpful. So we're running a little short on time, but I do want to entertain your comment.
Yeah, I have a bunch of questions, so I think I'll just use one. So you were talking about, when you were talking about the Great Bay and what's going in and nutrients, the one thing that is not being talked about at all has to do with the pollution that's going in Great Bay. And they're not really looking at that at all, because you're talking about all these changes, right? They're not looking at that. They're wanting to pin it on nitrogen and all that kind of stuff. So the constituent that I have that's in Dover has literally had UNH done all of the testing. She has data that's showing that's completely conflicting to the EPA. She's had a farm for a long time. So meaning for her runoff, because she has a lot of land and would get a lot, it would cost her a lot with this rain tax. So she's got data running through the UNH, which is incredible, that's showing that the nitrogen levels have actually decreased. So, and that's huge too, because
low nitrogen causes all these other types of problems. So there's so much conflicting data, and I think what it really comes down to is this level of overreach. But no one's really talking about the pollution into Great Bay, and I don't know if that has anything to do with the sewer systems and all of that kind of stuff. But I understand that it is. Constituents had no idea that this was hitting them, and there just hadn't been any communication. And at that Dover, it all started with a Dover City Council meeting when it was unanimously, shut down in regards with like the rain tax. So, and the other thing I wanted to ask you is money. Like you said, money. So, what could you have? What do you need the money for? Is my question. You said, what are you looking for money for?
If I had one, so is this great question. What would I do if I had $1 million, or a 10 million or 100 million? What we would do is we would pass it to the communities. So that's what we do with money that we get. So if there were dollars, if the communities had needs to treat pollution, because that's really what we are talking about. I mean, we are talking about pollution. Now, again, there's certain components of that pollution which cause various different things to happen in the environment. And I will just say that the UNH is also looking at things other than nutrients. They're looking at a lot of things, but it's not just nutrients. Because there are lots of different, what they call confounding factors involved. This idea of correlation versus causation, getting a better handle on what's the causation. So, I think if there were dollars to be spent, it would be for things, the very things you're talking about, getting a better handle on stormwater, because that's where so many of those nitrogen that is coming from, the nutrients are coming from stormwater. So if you're looking at where's that stormwater coming from, well, it's coming from, parking lots and driveways and sidewalks and lawns and all of that other stuff. So yeah, if there were dollars to be spent on things, and again, we were blessed with $185 million worth of ARPA funds, all of those dollars are going out to communities just like yours.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so we've been discussing this bill for a while, and I think one thing that is very clear is we're not going to get it resolved this afternoon.
Right.
I think that we have a few potential paths forward. One is we could just throw up our hands and say it's too hard and ITL it. Another is that we could say we're not going to solve it in the next 2 weeks. Maybe we should take this on as an interim study in our committee. Another possibility would be to convert it into a study committee and see if we could get a couple members of resources onto that study committee, because that resources really has a much broader sense of experience with this bill than we do. But I would propose that we bring our conversation to this bill to an end and consider one of those two study options as what we should be thinking about going forward.
I agree. Okay, just a quick question, Representative Potenza.
Yeah, for Representative Bixby. So if this went to the second piece that you said in regards with a study committee that could possibly have some resources folks on it, would we pull depending on what is the goal of that, to possibly put forward legislation, or?
Yes, so the goal of a study committee would be to look at the entire issue and bring in as many experts as we can to explain to the study committee what the issues are and what the possible ways of dealing with it are. And then the study committee would look at the information they had and say, this is something for which we have a potential legislative solution, or at least some legislation that could help. And then they would file that legislation for next term. And so that's, and I would lean more towards a study committee rather than interim study, because with a study committee, we could get people from resources onto it.
Agree. Yeah. Great. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to just sort of bring back into the fact that there's some ongoing research out there that we're expecting data within the next calendar year. So how does that factor into the study avenue that we're instructing people to go down?
Well, I think that the people who are studying it from UNH and from DES would definitely be on the list of people invited to speak with the study committee.
Even though it's not complete.
Yes, because research is always ongoing, and there's always some new information that you have actually figured out, and there's always something that you still realize you need to look into further. So there's not going to be a point where suddenly we know everything. It's going to be so I think the study committee will be able to figure out what the most current information is and use that in order to make a judgment about future legislation.
Okay. All right. I think we've said enough about HB 1294. Let's move on to CACR 14. Thank you, Mr. Deers, for lending us some time. CACR 14 relating to the environment and natural resources, providing that the state shall maintain and improve a clean and healthful environment for present and future generations. I open it up to comments from the committee on this. Okay. I don't see hands flying up in the air.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at CICR 14, I agree with everything that's in it, but I don't think it's worthy of going into the as a CACR. I think it's already in there, and that it could cloud the issue further. And so I agree with it, but in the testimony we heard, it seemed to me that it was redundant and it would cloud the issue rather than amplify the issue. Over.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think I'm probably going to come to the same end point as my colleague, but I think that as written, it does not really it does not quite capture the issue exactly, and I think it may in fact be a useful thing to have something like that in the Constitution at some point, but I don't think that the language as presented is good enough. I also think that it is very unlikely to get very far in this legislature.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's no point in spending much effort on it, and I would be inclined to say this should be an ITL.
I would be in agreement with that, Representative Bixby. Representative Germana, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of see the path that we're going on. I understand that. I accept that. But I do want to say that, we've seen recently in Wyoming the impact that something like this can have, to actually have a constitution. Montana, thank you. I'm sorry. Montana, thank you. That there are real world consequences for having something like this in your constitution. That if you prioritize natural resources and public health, then at some point the rubber has to hit the road. And the Constitution is the place where we enshrine, where we codify the rights that are to be protected. To me, these rights are as fundamental as any other. So I understand, as I said, where we're headed. I accept the reality of it, but I do also want to say that I think that a point that I made during the hearing, I'd like to just reiterate, which is that particularly when it comes to DES, one of my frustrations, I have tremendous respect for the folks at DES and the work that they do, but it is not oriented toward environmental protection. Environmental services, I've had this discussion with some folks at DES before, it's a permitting agency. You tick the boxes, you get the permit. That to me is not what that agency should do. And as I said, this is actually a reflection of conversations I've had with the director, Wimsatt, in particular with regard to why certain things could be done and can't be done, and that effectively is the answer. So in any event, I think an amendment like this, the benefit of it would be to have the effect of directing agencies like DES to the job of environmental protection, which is not the fundamental mission of DES as it currently exists.
Representative Detsy.
Yeah, just quickly, I agree with the, that this is not the vehicle, but I also think that we might want to do an ad hoc committee to see about putting a bill forward. And that's primarily, I think, because it can be a symbol of hope for young people. I've been reading recently how young people feel that very hopeless about the fact that their environment is being trashed and there's nothing that they can do about it. And I think for us to have some kind of a statement like this in our Constitution sets up, a goal, shows that we are concerned and that we want to leave a better planet, to future generations than what we have right now.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to agree, I think we are alone, or almost alone, with the District of Columbia in not having something like the protection of our environment. And it was such a surprise to me when I started that I should have known, but I did not know that the Department of Environmental Services was not here to protect the environment. So I must agree with the two aforementioned speakers that we should have it in our Constitution, because I don't believe it's happening in quite the way I hoped it would. Thank you.
I would just say that I don't believe that it should be put into our Constitution. I don't think that that's the place for it. I also believe that, and New Hampshire DES is not just a permitting agency or a regulatory agency. They have a mission statement. Their mission is the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services is to help sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and public health in New Hampshire. The protection and wise management of the state's environment are the main goals of the agency. So the state statute RSA 21-0 and DES was legislatively created through the consolidation and reorganization of 4 previously separated agencies. So to say that we need a constitutional amendment to enshrine whatever the wording is in this bill, I think is just, it's not necessary. Representative Creighton. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I just for the record, I guess, so I chair the Exotic Aquatic Weeds and Species Committee for the state of New Hampshire. And that one of the primary people on there is from DES. And I will tell you that what has been said here about DES could not be further from the truth. I mean, that lady on that committee is completely dedicated to the preservation of clean waters in this state. And she works overtime more than anyone I know. And will respond to anyone in this state. And her only mission is the preservation and protection of the waters in this state. And so to disparage DES as a box-checking organization, I think is completely disingenuous. And so I don't mean to get upset, but these are really good people, and they are focused on preserving our environment as it is. And that's just having dealt with them straight up for the last 4 years. So I'll get off my soapbox. Thanks.
Can I clarify my comments? Sure. I appreciate Representative Creighton's point, and I want to clarify my own, which is not about the people who work at DES. I don't doubt that at all, and I know as a fact that what Representative Creighton is true. But I also have talked to people at DES who feel boxed in because the processes are are primarily permitting processes. I've been in meetings with the previous, was he the assistant commissioner, Mr. Sanborn, who repeatedly made it clear that their job was to balance business interests with environmental interests. So I just want to clarify, I appreciate Representative Creighton's comments. I want to make it clear that I have the greatest respect for the folks at DES, and I've never met anyone there who isn't absolutely committed, as Representative Creighton said. They're the processes within the agency that ultimately do, when it comes to air quality permitting, for example, or landfill permitting, if you tick the boxes. We do not err on the side of environmental protection, right? You check the boxes, you get the permit. And as you said, that is not a reflection of the commitment of the folks in DES to protecting the environment.
One last comment, and then I want to move on, please.
So if we're going to go back to the constitutional amendment, I don't think it's necessary. I think there were lots of points in there that that are protected. You know, life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness. I think all those things are, you know, even things that are in there that just enshrine with our rights and consent and all that kind of stuff, in being good stewards. So, I just wanted to piggyback on what Representative Germana said, because I literally have had 4 conversations where I've been told that same thing, that they can't look. I don't want to say it's not common sense, but they can't look outside that box. So if everything, you know, even though we know something that's an issue, we don't really look outside of that if everything falls in line. And so it's not about the people. I think it's about the process.
Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to say I'm completely against this bill, and I think the only function it would serve is to be a placeholder for court rulings, and yeah, I don't support it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on from CACR 14 to discuss HB 1630 relative to extended producer responsibility. Okay, yeah, maybe we should set some time limits here, because I know we can have this discussion until 8 o'clock tonight. For me, this is a rather large and complicated bill. It is introducing a whole new level of government. We are DES has claimed that they would need 8 positions to support the provisions in this legislation. The bill itself would have a 2 to 4 year implementation. There's a lot of work to be done between, you know, DES study and rulemaking. And it was discussed in testimony and also amongst some of our colleagues here in the committee that while there are some states around us that are either started to implement EPR legislation and those who are considering it, we've yet to see really how the implementation has gone, if it's gone well, if there are things that could be done better or different. And so I think that, you know, this particular bill would need significant amendment to it. I don't know if anybody is working on any amendments to this bill, but I think the way it is currently is probably not ready for prime time. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, Madam Chair, you know, I agree with you. I mean, EPR, we should be considering EPR. We should be studying EPR, and it's not just focused on EPR. When we get a very complicated bill that is going to make numerous changes, you know, to the implementation of certain processes, and this is a very complicated bill. I think we owe it to our constituents and everybody to look at it very carefully. So I would hope, I mean, that we use this as a basis, and I'm not sure how we move forward, if it's a study committee, but that we have a vehicle where we can study it over the summer, where we can bring in experts to really do work sessions, not just testimony, but work sessions, and try to craft a bill that we submit in the fall that, you know, could be a first step for New Hampshire. You know, I don't want us to bite off so much that we're going to fail, but I do think that there's a lot in this bill that we could use as a template to move forward.
Okay, I'll get to you after me. I think that I agree with you, and I think there's a lot of parts of this bill that I would like to see the solid waste working group examine. The committee that Representative Ebel chairs. I would love to have the solid waste working group maybe have a subcommittee or something to take a look at the provisions of this kind of legislation and see what pieces of it would fit, what pieces make sense, what don't make sense for New Hampshire. So that's kind of where I am with that. And, you know, I don't know if we want to then say, you know, interim study, or, you know, just pass something like this along to the solid waste working group for them to consider. Representative Brulard.
Part of me agrees with Representative Dudsey. I think we need to see the proof. Maine, we need to see the proof. Oregon, California, that this is working for your state. It's lessening the financial burdens on municipalities. Is that the case? Is it putting any additional financial burden on the consumer? I think we need much more feedback from producers in general. I don't need to harp on the initial study committee that I was on, but we did not nearly get as much feedback as we should have from producers, from the manufacturers. So I think that's the overall the big one for this.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not in a position to know what the best path forward is. I wish I did. I do know that source reduction is the #1 goal in New Hampshire for waste management.
Mhm.
So that line sort of stuck with me as, okay, here's the problem. How do we get there? And again, it's big, it's massive, and I wish I had constructive advice about how we get there. I just know we have to start, we have to make a plan. And I hope that the study committee, if that's the way we go, could do that.
Well, I know with the key goal of source reduction, that the solid waste working group is a vehicle that is working on that, along with the stakeholders that are on that committee and the representative from the Senate, as well as representative from DES. And I think, you know, the key points to this legislation is source reduction. It's how we get there and whether it's working elsewhere. Representative Nab, you had a
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really want to second what she had to say, which is we heard a lot of times during the testimony that reducing the source of waste was a #1 goal of these different committees that have studied it. So, you know, I'm not a fan of asking for study committees and asking for reports and then not following their recommendations. The other piece that, you know, I'm sure all of us took from the testimony was the recommendation that it would require 8 staff members at DES. So, you know, I think doing an interim study, or I think continuing to look at this legislation is really important.
Yeah.
There needs to be a balance between those two things, right? Like, we probably don't want to add 8 staff people.
Right.
But we do need to start working on this.
Exactly.
you.
Representative Sofakaitis.
Is there some mechanism involved with asking the speaker to move this to the solid waste working group?
No, but you know, this is certainly a topic that they are they will have on their plate, that they do have on their plate, because it is a one of the mechanisms to achieve source reduction. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so One of the people who testified mentioned that Maryland is doing a needs assessment, which is a preliminary step to doing their EPR bill. So they haven't fleshed out an EPR bill as a whole. They are doing a needs assessment. I haven't looked at that carefully, but my sense is that what that involves is having someone in their equivalent of DES who's actually paid to work on figuring out what would need to go into an EPR bill. I'm wondering if that. So I see two possible ways forward with this. One is seeing if we can amend it to do such a needs assessment. I think it might be tight on the time frame, but it might be possible to figure out a needs assessment bill that would replace this to create an initial first step. The other possible mechanism would be to do an interim study, as Representative Dutsey suggested, where we would, in this committee, figure out what the next steps are. I think that it's the fact that we don't have buy-in from industry on this yet means that it's not going to, as it is currently written, it's not going to be effective, because the only way you can do EPR successfully is if you do have industry buy-in.
Agreed. Representative Germana and then Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support interim study because I think I want to second what Representative Nab said, which I think articulated it well. I also just want to, on a cautionary note around data, we like data when we like it, we don't like it when we don't like it, right? I mean, the study includes evidence from, I think, 5 or 6 provinces in Canada, which shows that there is no correlation discovered between EPR policies and cost, right? So we don't like it because it's Canada, right? Well, if it's California, maybe we don't like it because it's California, right? Well, but again, there is data that the study was basing its conclusion that this is not going to provide a cost shift. There is data for that. So it's not as if we don't have data. So I just wanted to put that there as a cautionary note, right? If we're going to say that there is no data when there is data, that concerns me that we're choosing which data we see as worthy of acknowledging and which we choose to set aside.
Representative Potenza.
Wow, I have to go after that. No, I'm just kidding. So I just, I'm not sure if the study committee, you were part of that, correct? Okay. So during that study committee, what you weren't happy with kind of the results? It didn't seem to, right? Correct? Okay. So I just don't understand why the representatives that are proponents of this haven't gone to, and these were my kind of questions, haven't gone to our federal delegation, because I believe that that's where this starts. I mean, if you want industry buy-in, you need to have that on you have to have that on a national level, which then will equate down to a local level. I agree with, we need to have with the source, with what Representative Haskins said, but why aren't our representatives reaching out to our federal delegation to try? Did you guys talk about that at all in your study committee?
It was very limited. Again, it was a 4-day study committee. And so, again, what we talked about was very limited. Again, we didn't look in any state statute, in particular state statute, and analyze it word by word. And so it's, yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Representative Coulon.
Thanks for taking my question. So there's conflicting studies and data and evidence on this subject. Even institutional sources that support EPR do say that it is a natural byproduct of EPR policies, that it does affect prices and price increases will be put onto the consumers. And I'll be happy to forward it to you guys. And another point is that with the issue of out-of-state waste and source reduction, we would need Massachusetts to pass EPR policies to cut down on. If there's 50% of waste coming from Mass, we need them to sign on to EPR too.
They do have EPR. I'm sorry, but Massachusetts has a bottle bill, which is the foundation of EPR. So, I mean, I don't know why and it has nothing to do with EPR. Their trash coming into Hampshire is because they're passing restrictive laws and closing landfills. Has nothing to do with EPR.
They need to work on trashing up their own state.
Let's, little decorum here. Representative Howard.
I think the bill is, I think the bill before us is actually like 3 or 4 bills. So, what I want to say 2 things about the subject. One of them is that we sort of need to treat this like a Superfund cleanup, that where the industry takes responsibility. And the other thing is that I want to say is we need to make a commitment to this as a committee. No matter what we do, we need to be behind it and make it a strong commitment to this movement.
Representative Creighton.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm just trying to dig off, and perhaps Representative Bixby help me out here. So an interim study comes back to the committee, whereas if you send it to a subcommittee, then it could be an established subcommittee or one that we propose, but those members in there would include members of industry, members of nonprofits, members of different agencies involved.
No.
Okay.
That's a study.
All right. So
Okay, that's okay.
So
A study committee, but
Okay.
not interim study.
So there are several different ways of studying things. Interim study is within the policy committee. A study committee is within the legislature, so it's just House and Senate members. And those members have the power to call witnesses from wherever, and the witnesses can either say yes or no, will come. And then a commission is members of the legislature plus stakeholders from beyond the legislature, and those stakeholders are appointed by often by the governor, sometimes by other bodies that they represent, or recommended to the governor by bodies they represent. In terms of the ease of passage, an interim study is the easiest thing to pass, and then a study committee is the next step, and then it's much harder to pass a commission because there is, and in terms of ease of running, it's probably so the interim study and the study committee are probably similar in terms of the ease of running it. A commission is more complicated to run because you're coordinating more people from more places. You do have the advantage of having those stakeholders in the room with the commission. Generally, if you're looking at a fairly broad-reaching, complicated problem, then a commission might be more suited towards it. If you're looking at something that is you're trying to figure out the nuts and bolts of legislation, in fact, an interim study might be better. An interim study, if we want to make sure it happens, an interim study is probably the best bet, because if we make it into a study bill, into a study committee, the Senate may say, nah, not so much, and then it goes away. It doesn't happen.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, in listening to this, and in listening to the Representative Brouillard talk about how they couldn't get the producers to come to testify in front of their committee, but yet we have producers sitting on the solid waste working group already, I would think that that would be the more pertinent avenue to take, and asking them to do it, because you already have the stakeholders
in the group and can be there to readily answer any questions. And it also is part of what their goal is. That's my personal opinion.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be clear. We do have to decide on a disposition for this bill. So if there's nothing to say that that may be the desire of individuals to have SWAG take it up, but we don't have the authority to ask them to take it up. Is that correct?
Right.
And so,
But what,
I think, but to my point, I think interim study would give us the best possible opportunity to be able to take a look at what is before us and kind of parse out what is implementable in the short term, medium, long term of this very complex, dense bill and get some additional input like Representative Bixby was mentioning.
Representative Bixby?
So there was one other thing that I had mentioned earlier was the possibility of rewriting it to be a feasibility, what was the term I used?
Needs assessment.
A feasibility assessment or needs assessment. And I was wondering if we could ask Representative Partial if that is an amendment that he would be willing to try to put together in the next couple of weeks.
Just briefly, yeah.
I will try to be brief, and I want to thank you. I would tend to agree that I think one of the real stumbling blocks with this right now, and there are a few, one of them is the assessment by the DES, the needs assessment. And I think that that would be an appropriate place to try to see if we can move that stumbling block, as it were, with an amendment to the bill that focuses really just on that aspect of it. I would be more than willing to draft something to that effect. And then at the same time, I do have to agree with Representative Brouillard. 4 days really wasn't enough time. And I would also remind the committee that originally this bill, the bill that was the genesis of this legislation, came before us requesting a study commission. And I think in retrospect, the sage advice of this group, we did reduce that to a committee rather than commission. I don't know if they would be willing to take a second committee on. Last point. I'm sorry, I'm going on here. At the time the Solid Waste Commission was in here, they expressed not a lot of, they really liked the idea of EPR, but they were questioning whether or not they were the appropriate avenue of it at that time. If you remember, they said they thought this legislation was of the nature that it really needs to be have its own life, independent of their solid waste committee. Just a reminder on those little couple points. And again, to reiterate, yes, I would be more than happy to do whatever it takes.
So would the committee be amenable to this bill being replaced totally with just a more brief request for DES to do a needs assessment? Or, I mean, other than that, I would suggest, and I think we all are on the same page of wanting to do something to achieve the goal of not only what DES is looking for, but also what the Solid Waste Working Group is looking for, and what this committee has also said in terms of wanting to seek ways in which we can address the issue of waste reduction. So, I mean, I might even, entertain the idea of just ITL the bill and then send a letter from this committee to Solid Waste Working Group saying, hey, this was sample legislation. Would your committee consider looking into this issue and making some suggestions for future legislation? Representative Brouillard.
I'd certainly be in favor of that, Madam Chair. I think it's a brilliant idea.
Representative Dutsey.
Yeah, I would be totally against that. First of all, if we do a needs assessment and we send it over to DES, the first thing they're going to come back is saying it's going to cost us $250,000, and where are we going to get the money? So everything is going to be dead in the water. My preference is for interim study.
Representative Howard.
I just have a question. If we give it to the solid waste committee, will we get it back? Or
They they would. No, the solid waste working group would then consider this as something for them to take on and to take a look at. I mean, I can't speak for Representative Ebel or what plans she has for 2024 and what they're studying and looking at. But certainly if we can give them something to start with, and they can discuss it amongst both the representative from DES, representative from the Senate, all the producers and solid waste haulers and other people, that at least there's more input into that process than there would be in an interim study. And, you know, that would be something that they can take a look at. Mm-hmm. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so before we say we're going to kick it over to the solid waste working group, we should make sure that there's someone who that they actually want to receive it. And I think that another possibility is that we could do an interim study on this, and we could involve the solid waste working group as one of our main sources of expertise.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, I think we are done talking about 1630, and we can move on to HB 1184. And I want to thank the committee members for all of your attention on all of these bills as the hour is getting late. We've got some real good conversation going on, and I appreciate that. HB 1184, relative to making an appropriation to the organic certification program. So, where we are with this bill, okay, on one hand, I don't think there's a member on this committee that is unfriendly or against our organic farmers in this state. I think that we all support organic gardening, organic farming, organic produce. I do think that we have some differences of opinion of what that support should look like. I know from testimony from Commissioner Jasper from Agriculture, he doesn't believe this bill, if it wasn't passed, that it would harm New Hampshire farming. He also said that people can put New Hampshire grown on their packaging if they were to get certified in some other place other than from the New Hampshire Agriculture Department. He said that the fees alone would not be able to support this program, even if they were to continue with, I guess, the appropriation that they were looking for was an additional $220,000 for this year. They already have 3 people doing this. The problem is that I guess with the commission that the advisory council that he has been working with has said to him that this program needs to be funded more robustly if they were to continue doing it. We have 4,000 farms. 66 of them are certified in state. And I guess we are one of 12 states that have an organic state program. The people who want to continue this program mentioned that they have a familiarity with our inspectors. Department of Agriculture is familiar with New Hampshire farm issues, and New Hampshire should support its New Hampshire organic farmers. So, given that, I think that we can start some discussion about this particular bill. Representative Dutsey.
Yeah, what you said, I think is really true. I mean, I think we all want to support the organic farmers, and I'm, up in the air about this. I mean, I do see it as a marketing program, but I do think that it's important. What about the possibility, okay, I'm going to throw it out again, of maybe doing an interim study and working with our federal delegation to see if there's any funding program that would be available for, let's say, the next 5 years to be able to fund it. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to take money from the general fund for a small slice of farmers. On the other hand, I just don't want to leave them high and dry, so I'll throw that out.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the commissioner said, they wouldn't be left high and dry. You know, the misnomer that he left the dairy and the meat farmers high and dry was false. They chose not to. They had, over 6 months. We also know that there's a substantial number of organic crop farmers that are being certified not by the state. We also know that through the USDA, they can recoup up to 75% of the fees that it costs them to be organic, up to $750. And as you know, that was stated, the cost for some was $900 and the other cost was $1,400. They have not seen a fee increase in this state, and they were paying $300 to be certified. So if you take $300 and 75% of $1,400, it might cost them another $100 or $200 to be certified by MOFGA. The other thing is that TOP, which is USDA Organic Transition, is working with farmers with a $100 million grant program already for organic farming. My personal opinion is that they need to either self-sustain this program, because we shouldn't be favoring less than 2% of farms over everyone else.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I've only been on this committee for a year, but it's my feeling that we are very supportive of farmers unless it costs us any money. So I just want to be, and I understand that we're trying to be fiscally conservative, but I also want to be really careful and say no to supporting this. So I'll say that, and I'll also point out that organic farmers, it's not just marketing. Like, organic farming is better for the soil. It's better for our insect populations. It's better for our bird populations. It's better for our consumers. There are pieces of it that are better as a whole for our state and for our constituents that are not, it's not just better for the farmers. It's not just, we're not just doing this for the organic farmers. I think it plays a much bigger role in our environment. I think it's important to remember that when we're thinking about this. So I take everything that the chair said. I totally agree that it's a complicated issue, but I just wanted to say those 2 points. Thank you.
Representative Howard.
I thought one of the interesting testimonies was that many organic farmers were going outside the state to get their certification, and which seems sort of like a viable option to me. And I sort of could picture things with, certified organic and grown in, two different stickers side by side, because I think the sticker price on this is pretty high.
Mm-hmm. Representative Bixby, did you have a comment?
Yeah. So my feeling about this is that this is something that would be, so the appropriation on this, I think, is essential. I see it as bridge funding, so that the program and the department can continue long enough to provide a solid basis for the farmers who are now in that program, so that a more robust program can be worked out in the next couple of years. At this point, there have been some attempts to figure out a way to get a satellite program using with essentially a New Hampshire base, but having a third party certifier be the point organization with the USDA, and that process is still very much in the discussion phase. They don't have a solid commitment from another certifier yet that would say that would be possible. So it's something that they're still exploring. It also requires NOFA to get to spin off a separate LLC, because under USDA rules, the NOFA would, as an advising organization, cannot be the certifying organization. So there's a lot of work in terms of trying to hammer out an agreement that will be best for New Hampshire's organic farmers. It's not going to gel in the next 6 months, and I think what this bill does is it really buys another year for NOFA and the department and other regional organizer or certifying organizations who might be able to cooperate with NOFA to create a more solid working plan.
Representative Bixby, if I recall, a commissioner said that he would continue this program till the end of the year if we did not pass this legislation.
Yes, that gives us to the end of this growing season, which still is a very tight timeline for what NOFA is trying to pull together in terms of creating a satellite program. So I think that providing this funding for the department which would be supplemented by fees, and their fees are going to increase in the next for the 25 growing season. That will, I think, give NOFA the time to pull together a more solid plan for the future going forward.
Representative Smart.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the point of organic farmers are better for the soil and better for the environment than regular farmers. Our soil and our land is our job security. And we have regulations that we have to follow as farmers, whether we're organic certified or not. And no, I don't know any farmer who wants to go out of his way to do damage to his crops or his soil or his animals or anything to that effect just because he doesn't have a USDA certified organic farmer in New Hampshire sign to put on his food. As far as I can tell, what I see is they get more money for their produce, but that doesn't necessarily mean they had better practices for their produce.
Representative Potenza.
Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay, well, we'll go to Representative Germana then, and when you remember, let me know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize, I just stepped out for a moment at the beginning of this conversation, but I just wanted to reiterate a point I made during the hearing, which is I hope that the fee structure will be revisited. It seemed to me that was an issue too. If they're going by the income of the farmer right now, going right on the size, the number of acres, but that doesn't correspond to the income of the farmer. So I just hope that as a part of whatever solution we end up with, that fee structure gets revisited.
So that is the fee structure and the authorization to work out the fee structure is something that is in current law, and that's something that's not really part of this bill.
Yeah, I understand that. I just wanted to say, I wanted to put that out there because I don't think whatever solution we end up with is going to be satisfactory unless we also address the issues with the fee structure as it exists. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Potenza.
Okay, I remember now. So to the point that Representative Bixby made in regards with NOFA, so they would have to, if you can clarify, they would have to like break off or do something as a separate entity to be able to be a certifier?
Yes, so under USDA organic rules, the organization that provides advice and advocacy for organic farmers cannot be the same organization that certifies. So MOFGA actually is two different branches. There's the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, which does advising and does advocacy and education stuff. And then there's MOFGA Certification Services, which is a separate LLC that just does the certification, and they have entirely separate accounts. The only support that the certification services gets from the main organization is that they have some workspace available on the MOFGA campus other than that, they're financially completely separate.
Representative Contois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, Representative Bixby, but because we're looking at fiscal year 2025 funding this, not this year, could that then fall under the budget process?
No, it's so fiscal year 2025 is in this biennium, and then any future funding would be under the budget process if that were deemed appropriate.
Follow up.
There's nothing in this bill to sunset it if it's not self-sustaining.
At the same time, being able to, that's something that we can revisit during the budget process for the next biennium.
Okay. Any other comments about this bill? Okay. Is there any plan for any kind of amendments to this bill, Representative Bixby?
I don't plan any amendments. I think that it is, it either stands on its merits as it is, or it doesn't, and I think that that's something that we'll decide.
Well, Representative Comtois' comments about sunsetting is, yeah, I mean, I recall that Rob Johnson from from Farm Bureau had mentioned that he thought that there should be some sort of sunset provision on the funding for the organic certification program to give it some time, and then if it didn't work out, then at least you had a sunset provision.
Okay, I could put together an amendment. I could work with you on an amendment for a potential sunset if you'd be amenable to that.
Okay, well, we'll have to discuss that.
Yeah.
But I do know the sentiment of some folks on the committee who have said to me that, you know, if we already have a mechanism in place where farmers can get certified organic, then why would the Department of Agriculture duplicate that effort? I mean, that's been the question that's kind of come up.
Yeah, I hear that argument, and I also heard a lot of constituents who were very very dedicated to having the program continue within the department, and so I'm essentially. I told them I would represent them in this process.
Mm-hmm. But I wonder, though, I mean, if that meant that the fees on this program would be increased, which is probably more likely because of the need to have more income for this. I wonder if there are only 66 farms right now that are with the current program and the current fee structure. And I wonder how many of those would drop off if the fees went up.
That's a reasonable question, but I think we're not going to solve it today.
Right. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to reference the question that you just asked. And what we heard from the folks that were testifying is that they would go somewhere else.
Representative Creighton, and then I think we'd be done with this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to square 4,000 people or 4,000 farms versus 66, and why we would be spending $220,000 for 66 farms just to do something that's already been done. And I think that's where my mind is with us.
All right, thank you. And we're going to move along to our last bill to weigh in on is HB 1618, which I just received an amendment for.
They changed it to 4 crops.
Okay, so this is, what does this amendment do?
Okay, so what this is essentially addresses a criticism that the commissioner had of the bill that Representative Wolf submitted, and the way that it was originally constructed would have required the department to cover all 4 scopes that in the organic certification program, and that would have been actually impossible for the department to do. The commissioner put together this language for Representative Wolf as something that would in fact be workable if we chose to pass this, pass the bill. So essentially what it does is that it would require the current organic program in the department to continue as it is, which is just for certifying crops. And currently, it's the word may is in the commissioner may, which means that the commissioner has the ability to say, no, we can't do this anymore. This would make it a shall, which means that only the legislature would be able to take the program away.
Any comment? Representative Comtois.
Who? Oh, go ahead.
After you, ma'am.
Oh,
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is almost a duplication of the previous bill, except that it puts it in law, and doesn't talk about being self-funded at all. And again, you're talking less than 2% of the farms would benefit, while the rest of us do not.
Representative Creighton.
Yes, ma'am. I just, to be clear, and it's really asking the question is this duplicative of the previous bill, number one, and number two, what would the last financial note on this was 800,000, and what is this, a quarter of that? I don't.
Okay, so well, you don't get fiscal notes on amendments, but the cost to the department of this would be in the first year the 220,000 that is in the previous bill. It is an entirely separate bill from my bill, so I am essentially bringing forth this amendment as a favor for Representative Wolf, whose bill the bill is, and he is an organic farmer himself, and he was very much affected by the loss of the handling and animal scopes in a couple years ago when those ended up disappearing, and he just doesn't want to have the crop scope disappear again. So in terms of the cost of this, it is it would be the 220,000 the first year and less than that in the following years because there are capital expenses in that first year fiscal note. And it should be considered separately from my bill.
Okay, for a follow-up, ma'am.
Yep.
And so, yes, separately, but I thought you just said it was the same two bodies that we were buying for that 220,000.
So the there's no difference. So there's no if my bill passes, this bill has absolutely no additional cost
to your bill.
To my bill. So if my bill fails and this bill passes, then the cost would probably be about what my bill was.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, if this bill passes, there's no reason to put a sunset into the previous bill because it will never sunset.
That's correct.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to think about an analogy to why I think organics are so important. I pay for public schools, but I sent my kids to private schools. I pay for a lot of things. I don't live on Great Bay, but I care desperately about that body of water. So, yes, organics cost more. Yes, there are fewer organic farmers by far, but they are producing something precious. And I believe our soil, our water, our air all benefit from that. As my colleague, Representative Nab said, I attest to that.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just because you're not certified organic doesn't mean you're not organic. So there is a difference. And the organic farmers and the farmers that practice IPM and no-till management and other best practices on their farms also contribute just as much as your certified organic farmers.
Okay, as we so for this particular bill, what I see is that it's more of a mandate to the Department of Agriculture.
That's correct.
And it says basically whether the organic program is of well, I don't want to. The organic programs, the organic community does benefit New Hampshire. I don't want to say that it doesn't. But if, and I would never say that because it does. I mean, organic farming is important. It is an important element of our farming and agricultural endeavors. But what I see with this bill is that it is forcing the commissioner to run a program, whether that program is successful or not. And I see that that's a problem. I would rather leave this as a may than a shall, rather than forcing us to have a program that may or may not be successful or beneficial to the organic community. And if something better comes along, we still have to be required to run a program that would be ineffective or not beneficial to the farming community. And that's why I have an opposition to changing the words may to shall. Representative Haskins.
I'd like to ask Representative Bixby how much confidence he has that this program would be effective.
I'm not entirely, I don't have a solid sense of that.
Okay. That's
And
fair.
I am bringing forth this amendment because Representative Wolf asked me to, and I am not going to speak against his bill, but
Thank you. You can stop right there.
No, but then, so I take a look at this and I say, well, we have right now an organic program in New Hampshire. it is the least expensive of the three that are around, or the few that are around. And yet we only have 66 farms that are engaged in it. So I'm just not sure that that it's going to be any benefit to this. Representative Coulon.
Thanks for taking my question. So I can tell you from personal experience that younger farmers are migrating away from USDA certified organic. And so I kind of take issue with this bill because there are non-USDA options now, like certified naturally grown and certified regeneratively grown. So we should not be mandating organic, I don't think. If anything, we should be, setting up a hub to point people toward whatever certification that they feel is best, I think. So I don't like this bill. If I had to pick one of the two, I would pick Representative Bixby's, but I don't think it's fair to mandate certified organic.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, it's 4:30. Let's go home.
Thank you.
And thank you again, committee, for all of our comments, civil conversation, and really good points that you all bring up.
Crossed my